Hello, hello. Today we're having a party. 5th day is party, isn't it, Anja?
We're celebrating.
Look at our producer dancing, by the way.
Oh, look, I'm stuck.
That's cool. That's cool. So, hello to the 5th day of our action. We are here again after the 5-day Humankindness challenge, and today we're going to be talking about action.
Yes, so you were helping us during this last month of crowdfunding campaign for our film Humankindness, The Animal Dilemma. We got so much love and support from all of you. We are just so overwhelmed, and we are giving back to you with this Humankindness challenge, which is today all about action.
We are here actually for the next 4 hours with you. We're going to have a lot of amazing content. Today is with us Darren Cavanagh, who is our producer, who changed the course of this film completely. Because when we started, many of you know that we had completely different title. We had different idea, but with Darren, of course, these things escalated. So Darren, hello, how are you?
I'm really good. I'm very, very, very excited to be here on May the 31st.
Oh my God, it was a long month.
For like 31 days. I'm working with you since I think it was end of November 2022, wasn't it? It was November or December.
I think the first time we were talking in September, but we really hit it off in November. I think that's true.
Yeah.
So yeah.
In any case, this month was a long month. I feel it started 4 months ago and it's continuing.
Yes, a lot happened in this last month. Like we met a lot of amazing people. It's like really, wow. We're overwhelmed. So many people who helped us and who made us get to where we are right now. Like, yeah.
I mean, I just wanted to say that first of all, Robert is here, who is all the time with us. Thank you, Robert, so much for your support since the beginning, even from before we started this film and all the way through. And you're for sure one of the people who are responsible for the success, because today we are reached 50. Can we just check maybe? I'm going to give you the update, live update.
Yeah, we'll tell you how much we reached in the crowdfunding.
Exactly.
Campaign. Wait.
Exactly. Of course, internet doesn't work when you want.
You can keep talking.
Just go here.
Yeah, I do, Matei. It doesn't work.
This will work now. So we reached 50,000 plus, but if you're more concrete, 51,680 euros so far in only 31 days. This is amazing. This means that so many people, 284 people trust us, believe in this film, believe in this idea, and thank you so much, because of course without you we cannot make this happen.
Yes, so today, as we said, this is a 4-hour live session and we have a special program. You can read it also in the description, but I will introduce you to what's going to happen. So now first it's us and Darren talking about the film. We will also show you the main video of our campaign where we talk about our mission, what we want to achieve with this film, and how we came up with the idea of humankindness. Then Susan Haregreaves from Animal Hero Kids will talk together with Darren. She's also a very important person for this film and for us, because she's one of our interviewees, which has so much to say. She's truly an inspiring woman. And also, of course, Darren, our producer. Afterwards, we will show you the campaign and again, all the amazing perks that we created for you to own. We will answer some questions about it and guide you through our campaign. At 6:30 CEST, we have some of our amazing executive producers who will be with us in the live session. These are actually people who donated very generous amounts to this campaign and who are seen on IMDb as our executive producers. And we're very happy to have them here today at 6:30. Then we have a very exclusive interview with Dr. Hershaft, who is a Holocaust survivor and animal rights activist now. He will be also seen in our film, such an inspiring personality. He cannot be here today, but he agreed to film an amazing interview up front that we are so touched with, and we will show this to you.
It's an amazing one, really. I recommend.
So much value. So at 7, we will show this to you. Completely new insights. We're both like 5 years active. He said so many things we never even thought about. So for sure, very, very recommendable. At 7:30, some of our fans and supporters will tune in. We're really looking forward to have them here and to talk with them about the film. at 7:30, and at 8 we have Jane Velez Mitchell from Unchained TV, which is also a very energetic, great woman who will join us as the last interviewee. And then we will show you a 14 minutes exclusive featured clip with many different scenes from the film that have
never seen before,
talk you through and end this together with you, since this is the last day of our crowdfunding campaign.
But that's not all, because today we're going to also give away quite some prizes for people who are going to be listening to us and following us live for the next 4 hours, which is amazing. You're going to have the opportunity to win some prizes, and let me tell you, some prizes are really cool ones. And the big prize is, I'm not going to say yet, but in a couple of minutes we're going to reveal and show you what is our big prize for today's one lucky winner.
Yeah. Also, we will finish this with a challenge for you, because it's all about taking action. And so we will reveal this in the end of this 4-hour video at 9 p.m. CEST, what you can do to take action.
So now we have here our executive producer, not really, our producer. This is the guy. This is the person who helped us the most in this film, because when we started this journey, this was actually something completely new for us. We knew what we wanted. We knew that we're going to take action, which is the topic for today, but we didn't know how to get there. And then, when you know that you have the goal, when you know that you have the mentality, you know what you want to achieve, then you find the way, you find people. And how many people we find in this, I don't know, let's say 15 months or even the last month is incredible. Darren helped us the most because he has 17 years of experiences with Disney. And even 10 more years with other movies. He's going to talk about this himself. But yeah, maybe Darren, do maybe a short intro about yourself, who you are, what did you do in the past, and why did you also choose to help us on this journey?
Before I do that, because I am a filmmaker, how do I look? Because I look robotic. Am I moving funny?
Yes.
All good, Darren.
A few people are watching. Am I moving normally or like a robot?
You look okay, but a little bit robotic, maybe just a little bit.
A little bit robot. I think it's because I've got the virtual background on. So if it's bothering people watching, I can turn that off. So it could be.
Please in the comments tell Darren how beautiful he is.
Yes, he's a bit shy today, but you know what, Darren, you got this no matter what camera you have there.
I'm not shy, brother. Don't you worry about me.
I'm joking. I mean, if anyone's not shy here, it's you. Who are you and why did you join our team?
Yeah, so Darren Cavanagh, born and bred in Liverpool, aka the very creative vegan. I've been a vegan for about 8 years now. I think it's coming up to 9 years, 8.5 years. And I have always been fascinated by filmmaking since I was 7 years old, and my parents took me to see that very famous film with the mechanical shark, Jaws, Steven Spielberg. I was 7 years old. There you go. I'm showing my age, folks. And my mother was terrified of the ocean. And so that first 5 minutes of the film, when the naked woman's being eaten alive, she was as white as a sheet. She was trying to stop me watching the film. And I was just so inanimate. I was so affected by the movie. As a 7-year-old kid, I just thought in that moment, this is what I want to do. And I couldn't believe that people were willing to pay money to go into a room, sit down with strangers, have the lights turned off, and then just look at a blank screen. And the thing about movies, people don't really appreciate that it's about suspension of disbelief. So if you were to sit there and actually think to yourself, that's just a blank screen, it's just a projected image coming from a projector, it's just light, they aren't real people, that isn't real action. If you were to do that, you would never be able to watch a film ever. But what happens when you go into the cinema? You don't do that. Your suspension of disbelief is you sit down in the dark, the lights go out, and then you forget all of the technicalities, and then you just get involved in what's going on screen. If it's a good movie, and it's a metaphor for life, because our life is a projection that our eyes see all the time, and so we are experiencing life through our eyes, our ears, and our senses in every single moment. And so when we do that, effectively, we're almost like we are the director. We are the Oscar-winning actor in our own lives. And so I don't know about any of you when you were younger, when you were a child, particularly, if you actually felt if you're a cowboy and Indian, or if you those games that you played with toys, or the games that you played with friends, that's you reenacting certain images of yourself. And so I've always found that fascinating. I've always been creative. I used to draw, I used to paint. And so, but the moving image to me was the one thing that had vision, it had music, it had costume, it had makeup, it had all of these things. The only thing cinema doesn't have is touch and smell. And so theatre's a bit like that. That's another step. If you go to the theater, you can actually sense the smell of of when you're in a theater itself. But for me, I found theater a little over dramatic. I actually like movies because of the music and of the fantasy. And so that's where it all started for me. And to this day, I love films. I'm a film aficionado. I collect films. I watch them regularly. And I like creating great video and content for vegan and eco businesses now. I used to live in London for 23 years. I left Liverpool in 1989. I went to film school for 3 years to do a degree in movies. And then I moved to London, and I worked in London for 20 years as a top creative director at a film marketing company. And in those 20 years, I worked on over 2,500 movies. It's a bit daunting now when I think back, but one of our biggest clients was Disney, Universal. We did work for Lionsgate and Fox. And so we worked on everything from the likes of The Lion King to Hercules to Hunchback of Notre Dame to Toy Story 2. And we also worked on Miramax films. Kill Bill was a Miramax movie that was owned by Buena Vista at the time. And so we'd have films like Shakespeare in Love, Kill Bill, Mrs. Brown, all of these. So I also worked on a load of Michael Bay movies, like everything from The Rock, Armageddon, Pearl Harbor. It was literally like every week we'd have Bruce Willis, and Nicolas Cage he was on my desktop every week. It was like, oh my God, another trailer with Nicolas Cage, another trailer with Bruce Willis. It was not that I was complaining, because when we worked on The Sixth Sense, this was the great thing about what I used to do. We'd see a lot of the films like months before anybody else. And so this film, The Sixth Sense, you'd be invited to say, oh, we got this new film. We don't want to tell you anything about it. You've got to go and see it. And then you'd sit down and you'd watch this movie, and you'd just be, before anybody. And particularly films like The Sixth Sense and Toy Story. And I remember seeing Romeo and Juliet, these films now that are absolutely seminal. I went to see the Robert De Niro and Al Pacino film Heat on Christmas Eve. I don't know if any of you have seen that film, but it's one of my favorite 3-hour gangster movies. And just seeing that on your own, like in a cinema, like months before, and you come out and you just want to tell everybody about it, and you couldn't. So anyway, for those 20 years, I made trailers, I cut radio commercials, worked on poster designs, wrote all the script and copy. So it was an amazing job to do. And so I packed all of that in, because after 20 years, it almost killed me. It was exhausting. And I wanted to make my own movie. I got to a point where I thought, I've worked on enough films. And so 8 years ago, I worked on a documentary that I crowdfunding myself, funnily enough. 8 years ago to this day, my Indiegogo crowdfunding campaign for my movie was actually live, and I was about midway through it. So this journey with you guys has been really a trip down memory lane for me. And so now I produce video content. I work on marketing. I am my own director and a producer of documentaries. And so for me, the most important thing now is to have that connection. It's to have that feeling I had when I went to see Jaws, and connecting with people like Anja and Matei, who I really deeply respect because of their vision in the world and who they are creatively. And I'd say that to anyone else out there who's watching this and thinking, how did you get to this amount in this amount of time? Mostly it's about connection. It's about having the same vision. I don't think we've argued once. We may have disagreed creatively on quite a number of things, but none of us have lost our temper. None of us have got egotistical. None of us have fought in our corner. And even when I worked in London as a creative director, my colleague at the time, my mentor, Guy Meyer, I'll say his name, a very dear friend still, we never argued once in those 20 years. We certainly had disagreements, but we never We never argued in our corner. And at our peak, we were actually employing about 20, 25 people. And it takes a certain amount of energy and vision to do that. So it's all about action. And for me, the biggest action it's just do what you love doing, commit to that, and work with people who love doing the same. And you will create success in your life.
I think that's a great advice, and we're very, very thankful and happy to have you on board because, of course, all your experiences and knowledge, for sure, we are just taking in because for us this is new, and we will for sure do something great together. I mean, I strongly believe so. You told me that we should be a bit modest and so on, but I'm really so excited about this film because it's, I believe, very different than anything else that was produced. And of course, every film should be, and it is. So in any case, very, very exciting time.
Yes, we're very happy to work with you, Darren. And for those who tuned in newly, this is the last day of the crowdfunding campaign of the film Humankindness, The Animal Dilemma. You have the link in the copy, but also down below. You see it all the time. If you haven't yet, contribute. Every amount counts, small or big. For €10, you can pre-order the film and you will be one of the first to see it once it is finished. If you have already contributed and you still can, why not? We for sure appreciate all the help. But thank you so much to everyone who got us to 51,600 and something in 30 days.
Darren, why did you decide to go on board and to produce this film? Because this is not a small commitment. This is not something you say, you know what, I'm going to do this. I'm going to work on this for a month or two. This is like a really, really huge commitment for someone with a lot of options like you are. Why did you decide to go and work with us?
Well, I first want to say, Matei, you've been eaten by a shark. You've got Anja's lipstick all over your face. I love it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's how I wear it, actually. That's actually for me normal. So for you, maybe it's new. For me, it's like, oh, that's.
Oh, it looks good, man. It looks like you've been attacked by jaws, Anja's jaws.
I have 3 lips. People have 1 lip. I have 3 1. Thank you. Thank you for noticing, by the way.
Okay, so yeah, I worked as a very creative vegan for about 4.5 years. I did a lot of that on my own. There were remote people that worked with me on website design and Google Ads. But I was used to working with a team, a really, really amazing team. And I want to call them out now. All the people that I work with. I mean, I had editors working with me for like 10, 12 years. And that environment, that community, I just really missed because you share the problems, you share the load, but you also get so much done. And it's great to celebrate the wins. And also when things get particularly stressful, I mean, it's hard to describe, but, certain campaigns that we were given, we were in charge of like 100, 200,000 pound marketing campaigns. And, you'd be making TV commercials at the last minute to get out. And there could not be one mistake in those TV commercials. There couldn't be a spelling mistake. There couldn't be a grammar. They had to, but as a independent creative agency, if there was a mistake, then it could literally fold the entire company. So back to your question, I was looking for somebody to work with next. I was looking for partners. I was looking for creative people with a similar vision. And it just was by chance that you'd seen a video that I did with David from the Vegan Business Tribe talking about the power of video, particularly about trailers. I think that video,
yeah, I remember.
I think that video connected with you both, thanks to David and the Vegan Business Tribe, all of these, this ripple effect that you get. And so you contacted me, and like any relation, it's just always like, well, this is really interesting. I could see that you committed a certain amount of time and money to the project already. That's a big decision for me if I'm working with someone, because I want to be able to support someone moving forward. Mm-hmm. And with no disrespect to a lot of new businesses, if they come in and they've just started out and they want a trailer and they want marketing, and they literally say, oh, Darren, I've only got £1,000 and this is all I've got left to spend, and I want you to do this with it because we want this, I'll decline, because I don't want to take their money. I don't want to spend that. The best, most effective marketing is when you have that available to spend and you're not attached particularly to an outcome. So there's a certain level of experimentation. And also just having done what I've done for so long, I just want to be really upfront and honest with people and saying, you're actually going to need to invest this to get that. If you don't have that, then it's not worth doing. Mm-hmm. And so that I could get that sense from both of you that you'd the fact that you'd shot an awful lot of the film. You showed me a long trailer that you'd done it. The film had a different name. And I just saw the potential. And so I was really, really intrigued by whether this was something that could be a story that could be told to a bigger audience. I could see your energy. I could see your connection. I could see that was the main connection for me. Is like, here's people that get things done, right back to the action. Here's people that do take action. And so that was something that was exciting to me. And then it was just a progression. It was meeting after meeting, discussion after discussion. And also you put a lot of trust in what I was saying. And so we went a lot, I've got a certain structure that when I work with people, that there's like the basics, the groundwork, that the foundations of any film, of any product, of any, let's put it this way, of any campaign, of any branding, of any movie, that has to be adhered to first and foremost. And if you jump over them and try and rush the process, it really doesn't work. And I think we really took our time going through the entire process to get where we were.
It was for sure a long process by now, but for sure we have still a lot to do. In any case, if you just join us now, we are here for the next 4 hours with you because we want to give you something back. Today we have the challenge about how to get to action, how to make things done. And that's why today we're talking with Darren Cavanagh, who is our producer. And of course, you can for sure still donate. I think it's a couple more hours still on the campaign to support the film and to make this film happen in the best possible way, to reach a lot of people, the most amount of people that we can with this film. For this reason, we would like to show you some video that Darren and we prepared together. It's actually the video that is shown on the Indiegogo campaign, where you can see why we did this film, why are we doing this, in which way we thought it would be the best to do it. And afterwards, you can actually, in between as well, you can ask us some questions. We can answer them later. You can tell us some stories, maybe some ideas you have and so on. But if you're okay, Darren, we would maybe show the people this, not teaser trailer, but
the main video.
The main video, plus at the end, teaser trailer to remind you on the things that we are actually showing in the film. But let's talk about this later.
Yes, we want to show you also because we particularly heard from some people that they didn't see it, even though it's on Indiegogo. And we think it's a video that explains things very well and our mission. And that's why we thought we want to show this again right now here to you.
So give me 2 seconds, because this is not professional TV. This is us doing things. We're going to now present you the video that changed the world for us. Anyway, enjoy and talk to you soon.
No audio. Don't think we have audio.
Darren, did you say no audio?
Yeah, I couldn't hear any. I don't know if anyone else could.
Okay, great. We're going to repeat this feeling. So sharing screen, I'm going to repeat this and do this now with the audio as well. I didn't know that you want audio as well, Darren. Why didn't you say before? So let's do it. But for this reason, we need to be, out 5 seconds, and this video is going to go in. Are you one of the millions of people in the world who value kindness and love animals? Do you have a very special relationship with them, with one of your companion animal, for example? And does it bring joy to you when you see animals happy? Then we have a very exciting story to share with you. This is a love story, but not one of those corny ones you might expect. We would even bet that our wedding is the craziest wedding you have ever seen. A wedding that is dedicated to speak up for the animals, for the forgotten victims of our society. They are harmed every day for human consumption and usage, which we believe is completely unnecessary.
We actually care so much for animals that we are producing an inspiring new film called Humankindness, The Animal Dilemma. We want to share with you our mission so you can support us in the next stage of the production, and we want you to be part of the exciting movie. We have shot 50% of the footage so far, and we need your invaluable support to complete the next stage of filming and production. We have created an exciting selection of perks for you to own and be part of the film once you contribute. Perks are rewards that you receive as a symbol of our appreciation for your donation and support. Please check them all out below.
The film will have a high production values, similar in style to the inspiring and hugely popular documentary films like The Game Changers, Cowspiracy, and What the Health. We will address the ultimate dilemma of why we say that we love animals, but how our actions still cause their suffering on multiple levels, and we will offer new solutions on what we can do to make this better.
Our film journey began 2 years ago when I and Matei met. After all, our mutual love and respect for animals created a powerful connection, and we committed to doing whatever is necessary to help them get the rights they deserve. Even if this means sacrificing our one and only wedding to do something that's making the masses look at what's really, really happening to them.
We saved 4 sheep during daytime from slaughter just after leaving our registry office. And this was just one of the bold actions we did instead of celebrating the traditional fairy tale wedding, because we feel that this mission for the animals is far greater than just our special day.
I'm a nurse with strong ethics for everyone in need. When I visited a local dairy farm and saw what was done to the cows and their babies so I could drink milk, I quickly stopped being part of this animal exploitation industry. I am so happy to have found Matei, who has strong ethics too, and he accompanies me on this mission to fight for the vulnerable ones.
I was born on a farm, so I'm very familiar with the common practices done to the animals there. Also, my father had a fish store for more than 30 years, where I helped out, not really thinking about what my actions cost. One day, I watched an interview with scientist Dr. Michael Greger, who was saying that animal products are related to the most common diseases people suffer from as humanity. I realized that I do not need to eat animals to survive, to be healthy, or to satisfy my taste buds. After all, we are not cavemen anymore.
This movie will feature established experts, influencers, ordinary people with different backgrounds, such as animal farmers or vegans, and celebrities who will share their stories about how being kind to animals can save us all, and create a film that will hopefully inspire, inform, and move audiences around the world.
This is our mission and the purpose for this feature-length documentary. We want to share our unique love story, because when we humans choose to give more kindness to others, that is when we can make the biggest difference.
We're committed to making the most entertaining and inspiring film possible, and the more you contribute, the better we can make the overall production value of the film.
In these challenging financial times, we appreciate every amount you fund. Small or big, we promise that we will deliver every single perk and produce a film that you can feel proud of, that will help to spread the message of our combined human kindness.
We cannot do this without you. Being a supporter of our Indiegogo campaign means you are a force for good with your contribution and joining a movement to make a change. We believe human kindness is more than just another film. It's a movement that is part of all of us.
With your help, the film will become the reality, and our collective contributions will make the best film to reach the biggest audience possible.
Thank you for choosing to watch our video, showing interest in our film, and supporting our campaign with your own human kindness. Now, we're excited to show you for the very first time the world-exclusive teaser trailer for Humankindness, The Animal Dilemma. We hope you enjoy it. Thank you for your support, love, and respect. When you love yourself, you can be loving towards others. We need this kindness in the world.
So today's wedding is going to be completely vegan.
We decided to do this for the animals.
Change doesn't happen in one day.
We love you!
So many things that we can change and solve. We do these things because it's so urgent.
You might be right. Respect people.
And so this is why it's so important to keep fighting.
because really so much suffering is going on right now in the moment, and you can stop it.
Fighting against this injustice is so important to me because I saw what happens to the animals.
All inside. We have to block.
We are back. We are back. Yo. So we hope you all enjoyed this. This is Darren's creation. Of course, a lot of copy agreements, a lot of discussions went into this kind of videos. And for sure, the main topic for this was specifically how to make this video for Indiegogo, for you to understand why we are doing this film and in which way we want to present the film in the future.
And as we said before, it's the last day of this crowdfunding campaign that this is the main video for. You can still help us to make this film a very successful one that will reach millions. We really want to make this high production value in the style of Game Changers and Conspiracy, as you heard. So if you can, like, every donation helps, even if it's 10 euros, doesn't matter. We're really grateful for every amount we can get.
So now, I think we should close this boat, by the way, because some things is with audio, not so good. So now we have a special announcement, because as we presented the Darren before, I'm really an amazing speaker, Darren before, and we showed you what he did for us. He also did something for our interviewee for the film, who is waiting right now here in the waiting room, because they're going to be talking about like what he did for her, in which way he helped her, and you can of course understand more about the film process, which is a pretty big deal. We want to present you now on the stream as well, Susan, hello.
You're live, Susan.
You are live, now you're with us. We cannot hear you yet.
Something doesn't work with your mic, dear Susan.
We don't hear you yet, but I think it's your mic, yes? I think you have to accept the mic. You hear us, right? But we do not hear you. Technical problems always.
We love it. Everyone knows it. That's also taking action.
Yeah.
We still don't hear Susan.
Huh?
She will come back.
She will come back, yeah.
Yes, but actually, Susan, I can say this very briefly. We wanted to get some children involved in the film that are vegan, because we think it's very powerful when children speak from compassion that they have towards animals. And so we found Susan, who is the founder of Animal Hero Kids, who works with many amazing children. She has also vegan superheroes in the comic book, so she's a very interesting personality. And she's back, and she will hopefully be able to say more about it.
Good. Hello.
Hey, there she is.
We hear you now.
Susan.
How are you?
Good. Happy to see your smiling faces. And so thrilled to be part of this project. It's ground. Your trailer made me cry when I first watched it, and people tell me you have to shovel together. So it's absolutely wonderful to be a project. I'm thrilled to be here. So
Thank you so much. I really believe that maybe there is some challenge with audio still, because I just heard a couple of nice words to us, and thank you so much. But maybe it's still some problem with the mic, and
Or the internet, I don't know, because
I think we've spoken with you before, Susan, in your home, and there's a few spots where it's a bit patchy. So maybe I think if you were to move, that has helped us in the past. I know we've had that issue when we called you.
we can come back to Susan, when she's in a better place with audio. But for now, Darren, you helped Susan quite much with her movies, because she's working on. Maybe you just tell us what did you help her with, and then you're gonna go.
Look. First and foremost, to second what Anja was saying, Susan Haregreaves, she's a legend in animal activism.
Mhm.
Over 40 years of dedication, work for the animals. It's just incredibly inspiring, and she has supported and saved so many animals, and every day she's working on some project. And so I've had the pleasure of getting to know her only recently, but as soon as I saw her background and what she'd been doing, a lot of her stories fit into place. And it's people like her that have really do affect me. It's the people like her, it's the Jane Goodalls in the world that are just so dedicated to this vision of kindness, but she does it in such a beautiful, kind, creative way. And it's just such an inspiration. So kudos to Susan, because I worked on her film, The Heart Whisperer, which is a 16.5-minute original short documentary. She's back.
Hello.
That's much better.
I'm sitting beside the router, so that
In any case, perfect sound. So we're very happy to hear it now.
But actually, sorry.
you go ahead.
I was just singing your praises, Susan, about all the work that you've done. And I got to the point where I was saying that you'd produced this 16.5-minute original short documentary called The Heart Whisperer. And so for someone like me that creates movie trailers, to have a film that's already completed is, it's a dream come true, because particularly if it's an effective film with a strong story. Because this is the question I always get asked. People used to always ask me, how on earth do you make a 2-minute trailer from a film that's like 90 minutes long or 2 hours long? And Ridley Scott put it best. I mean, before Ridley Scott became the Oscar-winning film director that he is, still working today, for 20 years, he worked in a film marketing company making TV commercials. He did the same thing that I did. His first ever film was The Duelists. That was before he made Alien, before he made Blade Runner, before he made Gladiator. And so he would do the same thing as me. He would basically write scripts to like 30-second TV commercials to create a story in that time frame. And for some of you who don't know, the very famous Hovist ad in the UK that won many awards, he directed and produced that. And it was that little boy who kind of gets up in the morning in the countryside in Somerset, and he goes out on his bike to get the loaf, and he goes down, and it's got that beautiful music, that and he tells the story, and it's like Hovist is like, it was good today as it ever was. And it's one of those, it's like literally like 60 seconds long, but it feels like a whole movie. It captures your heart. The copy's really strong. The visuals are strong. And he said, if you can do that in 60 seconds, you can make a movie. And I'll never forget him saying that. And so when you have a movie and then turn it into 30 seconds, it's almost like you're doing the reverse, if that makes sense.
I feel so fortunate to be a part of the Humankindness film, and to also have met such lovely, considerate, genuine, sincere people. I hope you can hear me okay now. And to also, it's like an absolute bonus to be able to benefit, and the animals benefit, from Darren's expertise with our new trailer, which has helped us get into so many film festivals since Darren created the trailer. It's incredible. And I'm so thankful also to Sean Munson from the Earthlings. He's the Earthlings creator, to create the film in the first place, and Joaquin Phoenix for allowing us to use his cameo. So I'm so thrilled to be a part of the Humankindness film. And it's like vegan icing on the cake to have Darren create this incredible trailer. It is so impressive, professional, and something that we've really never seen before in our trailers. Because we are a nonprofit, all volunteer, not a large budget, and we wouldn't normally have access to this sort of talent that Darren has, and skill. So I'm so thankful to Sean Munson for the film in the first place, and now being a part of the Humankindness film and meeting these wonderful people that have done so much in their wedding and their mission. I'm very so really happy to be a part of it, and it's an incredible difference that Darren has made in getting our message out, and the fact that we have this film to share, which will change people's minds about every single day when they what or who they're eating.
Well said, Susan. Absolutely. I really appreciate you acknowledging the filmmakers and everyone that's involved, and we're thrilled to have you be part of this film. And trailers, they're a really peculiar art form because they're not taught how to do them. You know, there isn't a film trailer school. Yeah, and it's one of those things that you basically only learn through doing it over and over and over again. And non-linear editing, for any of you non-techies out there, is like digital editing. In my profession, I actually started when it was all analog. That was before computers would basically, iMovie and all of that didn't exist when I edited trailers. So we actually used SVHS, and we'd handwrite logs of all the shots with the time codes, or we would use a real film Steenbeck, the likes that Martin Scorsese and Steven Spielberg use, and you'd hang all the shots in a bin and like put them together. What happened when you learn the process through that is you learn the focus of certain details. So all of that, when it was transported to digital editing, all of those skills came with it, and so that was really, really helpful. But I'm just going to summarize it in very, very basic terms for everybody, that trailers, it's still the number one selling tool of any movie, any film, be that the new Batman movie, a new Avengers movie, your movie, Susan. And so that one trailer is the biggest piece of video content that markets any film. And this is why studios spend small fortunes on creating trailers. It's often why people complain when they see a trailer and they think the whole movie's in there. They need to appreciate that when a film opens, it needs to make as much money as possible, have the biggest impact. If it doesn't, effectively all that money you've invested in the film is lost. And so the trailer, in a way, needs to encapsulate the story, but it can't give everything away. It has to create mystery, create excitement. I don't know about anyone else, but I always enjoy watching the trailers when I go to see a film, even the bad ones. You know, it's just something about that. It's like that's the first time you're actually seeing some footage from that film, so you give it the benefit of the doubt. And the good ones, you go, great God, I can't wait to see that film. The rubbish ones, you go, oh, I'll wait till that's on Netflix or streaming. Or the really, really bad ones, you just kind of go, oh my God, I'll never go see that movie. But sometimes that works in your favor. Some really bad trailers actually make people want to see the film. I want to say this quickly, Susan, that the fact that you have for many, many years told stories about the plight of animals, I think you have a natural gift of storytelling and of doing that in a way that people can understand as well. So I could see that in the film, that there was a way the story was constructed, certainly by the chap who made Earthlings as well. I can tell that he's a good filmmaker in terms of the way it's structured. And so then it's just a matter of choosing the moments that are going to communicate that in the shortest way possible, and then doing that with really great music that engages people, captions that tell the story but don't give everything away, and just give people and have a momentum and a pace to it that builds to an ending that leaves people wanting to know what's going to happen next.
Right. And telling stories is what it's all about. Stories of individuals. People can't really envision mass numbers. They don't empathize the same. But individual animal rescue stories and individual animal advocacy stories, people going above and beyond once they see how other animals are treated, and that really convinces people. It draws them in. So it's all about telling stories, just like the Humankindness film, telling stories. And when I go to schools and do school assembly presentations for all ages, the teachers say to me after, can you just come every day? Because we would just want to listen to your voice tell the stories of animals being rescued. So that's a compliment. So thank you so much. And I really think that we have gotten so many more. We just received another laurel yesterday for the Heart Whisperer film, because the trailer drew them in. And it was wonderful to also support the Humankindness film mission by purchasing one of these trailers. I mean, it was an incredible deal. I don't know if there's any left, because if there's any nonprofits or any organization or corporation or even individual that has a business model they want to succeed at, if it's not too late, I highly recommend Darren's very creative vegan finesse, really. And it is a finesse. It's a professional polish that really sings from the screen when you watch any of his trailers. So I just can't recommend Darren highly enough. I don't want to sound like a commercial, but I really am thrilled. I've been doing this since 1980, and it's always a challenge to have people empathize with other creatures that they generally ignore throughout their regular life. And if this succeeds in that, which it does, then I really can't talk about it enough.
Thanks for saying that, Susan. I really appreciate the acknowledgement. And I want to share my skills with people and create the best video content for them. So what Susan's referring to is we've got something called a movie style video trailer as part of the Humankindness perk. And that effectively is me producing a trailer for your film or your vegan business, eco business. And that, in a way, from footage that you already have shot or has already been produced, I can add stock footage to that. I can add music. I can write the script. And then I will produce something that's like a minute or a 90-second or 2-minute trailer to that business. And normally they can range in price from 3,000, 5,000. Studios who get trailers done, they spend $500,000 to $1 million on a movie trailer. And they normally get a number of creative agencies to make different ones. And then they test them with audiences to choose which ones are best. And so that's at that scale. And I want viewers to appreciate that I've worked at that scale on films of that scale. And so it's bringing that expertise to what your business is and creating something that's going to work for you. It has to be about your brand, your business, what your message is. But basically, we've got 8 of them left available, and they're only €1,500. For one of those, basically, I would normally charge at a basic rate €3,000. So we're doing that at half a rate as part of this today. There's 8 of them left. So if anyone is interested, please DM us now, DM me, and I would be thrilled to create a trailer like the one that Susan's talking about. There you go. That's an ad in itself. I've done a little trailer there, but hey, that's what it's about, folks. Let's do it. One thing I did want to ask you this, Susan, is since I know you've been, just tell us a little bit more since the trailer was released and before it wasn't released.
Well, it's been a massive difference because this is all a new world for me, I have to say. I'm an educator, I'm an author, I'm an activist, I'm an organizer, but film and promoting film, that's a whole new world. And I have come to realize that you can powerfully change people's mind through film. And I've always known it about storytelling, but film has the capacity to create great change on a massive global scale. And the Heart Whisperer film, when Sean Munson, the Earthlings director, offered to piece this together, he really curated it. Then how do I actually make the best use of his skills and our time? And that was an absolute challenge that I was really not meeting. And we were, on Film Freeway, putting out the film festivals, asking, to be screened at their film festival. And it really wasn't getting much interest. Let's just put it that way. And I thought, oh, maybe this isn't going to work. Maybe this story of an individual isn't going to resonate with people who aren't already vegan, because our goal is to reach people that are the pre-vegans. So I was feeling a little discouraged, I have to say. And then along came this opportunity with the film trailer that Darren created. And since then, I'm getting approximately 20 emails a day from film festivals on Film Freeway offering us a 100% discount to enter their film festival contests. So we just received the Cannes, and I'm probably mispronouncing it. I don't know. Cannes, or I don't know, how do you say it? World Film Festival. Yes, and an award winner for that. And then also the Big Sur Film Festival, which is in Santa Monica, California, and it's quite well known. And so I'm really bowled over by this, and it's actually given me new optimism that I definitely am on the right track. That my story and the fact that most people do want to be kind, they don't want to harm animals, they want to think of themselves as heroes to animals, then I'm definitely continue on the right track and am more successful because of this trailer. And it's an opportunity that I normally wouldn't have had access to.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah. I wanted to add that there's just something about a professionally produced trailer that looks the business, that a lot of these festivals, a lot of these people, they are so pushed for time. They don't necessarily have the time to watch your film. And
Right.
the only thing they will watch is a trailer. And if that trailer ticks all the boxes and it feels just basically like a proper movie trailer, that it has decent music, captions, straight away, even before they go, okay, this is a proper movie, just by that alone. And I see trailers to films that cost millions that are absolutely dreadful. And my heart goes out to them because I know they've hired someone that's just done a hack job. They don't really know how to construct a trailer. The captions in it don't quite work. And so there's always a means and a way to create something that's going to be more effective. So that's the reason it's getting more engagement. And the other thing, a trailer can only represent the film so much. But if it gets them to watch the whole film, also a lot of people don't realize that when a filmmaker finishes with a film, the trailer and the marketing side, they don't normally have a lot to deal with. It's almost like they've been too close to it. So what happens then is a film distributor has the movie, say like Disney, for example, and then they hire creative agencies that I used to co-own to produce the marketing material. And generally the filmmaker's on his next movie. He or she's on the next film, the producer. And so they'll see and they'll comment, but they won't be in the room sat with the editor working on. And so that's a good thing because distributors and creative agencies know how to produce something that's effectively going to work for their audience and it's going to get people to see the film. And so that's another thing that's really effective. And I know we're coming up to our 5-minute time. I'm loving, could chat with you all day, Susan, but I've got this little graph here that I'll just share with everybody as well. And this I downloaded the other day, and it's most popular types of video on the internet 2023. And right at the very top, any kind of video is 91.8%, which is staggering. I know a year ago, this was on 82. The year before that, I think it was on 78. So it's almost going up 10% every year. It says music videos on 48.7, and then it goes down with comedy, live stream. But basically, any kind of video on the internet is being viewed almost 92% of the time. So whoever you are, if you're a vegan business, you're an eco business, you have a film that you want to promote, like Susan, and you don't have a decent video to do that, you're effectively missing 92% of your audience.
Right.
I just wanted to end on that. It's so important.
Yes. And I hope we're going to have a chance to watch the Heart Whisperer trailer that you created too before we finish.
I believe we're going to have a comparison with our host. There they are. Matei's still got his.
Hello. So we will show the comparison in 2 minutes. So give us some time, because we're still not in the end. But we just have one very, very special news. By the way, we just checked on our Indiegogo because one of our viewers paid for associate producer, which means that we are now on 53,368 euros. Thank you so much. We're very, very close to 55. Amazing news. We just had to come by and say this. But yes, in 2 minutes, we're going to prepare this and show it to you, because it's amazing what Darren, of course, did.
So if somebody listening gets the movie style trailer at 1,500, that might take us over the 55 or very close to it.
Yes,
exactly.
We're only missing like literally 1,700 euro, a
Even
little
less.
bit less. So let's hit this 55,000 mark today. Everyone who is listening, contribute whatever amount you can, 10 euros or movie style trailer
Incredible.
of Darren. That would be amazing. But just one question.
I do just want to thank Susan. Susan was one of the very first people that contributed to the campaign. Literally almost like an hour that we were live, Susan was in the backing us by getting this movie style trailer. So thank you, Susan, for kicking us off.
And
that energy from you and who you are, I think, has brought us to where we are. And I just want to thank you.
Thank you. And the reason I did that is because I see how this story can touch the mainstream. This is a story that, yes, other vegans will be glad to see because it's gripping and good, but also, almost more importantly, well, I guess more importantly, it can touch people who are romantic, because it's around a wedding, you know, of two people that love each other, a vegan wedding with a difference that perhaps might even spawn many other people to do the same thing at their wedding. So it's a romantic, not a comedy, but a romantic mission, really. And it's you know, caring for all individuals. So it expands that love to all individuals, to have a right to live free from harm.
That's really well put. And also, I just want to thank you from our side, because you're a big part of the film as well. We reached out to you because of something else, but then we somehow really felt your energy, your dedication, your history, let's say, everything that you did for the animals in the last, how many years, Susan?
40.
Sorry.
Since 1980.
Oh my God.
Oh my
So
God,
I was 4 years old when I started. I'm kidding.
That'll be something.
That would be cool.
I'm 63, so I've been doing this a while. So
amazing.
That's really great.
We for sure highly respect this, because our big mission is also to tell to people that if you want to help animals, the long-term activism is the best. Because if you all do this in long term, we only grow and grow and grow, and we don't go like big and small and big and small, like what's happening right now, because we don't take care of ourselves as well. So, Susan, should we show this trailer maybe already?
Yeah, just one thing, because we have the comparison of our trailer, but of you we have only the new trailer, but it's fantastic. So we would love to show the new trailer of Susan. And yeah, let's do it with audio this time.
That Darren prepared, and of course it's amazing. Yes, let's do this. We need like 30 seconds to prepare it, but we go there.
So you can sing something for us in 30 seconds.
Exactly.
I think I was about 5 when I realized that other animals were really just like us.
Here's this cruelty. Now what?
We're out here to educate people on the cruelty of wearing fur. This is one step in the right direction.
That message is to be kind to all animals.
I was animal crackers. That's what they called me. I was so vocal about not harming animals.
If you want to protest across the street, that's a public right of way.
You must disperse this assembly within 10 minutes. Okay, everybody stay calm.
We're not a society that believes it's okay to abuse animals.
We have to have that building block of kindness, which is empathy.
We're here to say bravo to Susan Haregreaves and thank you for 40 years of incredible volunteer and dedication.
There's so much further to go. There are many other kids just like them around the world who are speaking out and acting for animals.
So we are back, and yes, an amazing trailer. Like Susan said, like how many? 25.
20 requests a day.
No,
you're getting
20
now,
requests a day you're getting because of this trailer. This is such a huge difference, right? When you prepare the video yourself or someone, and then with a professional.
Huge difference. And then also it's attracting universities, which is one of my goals with this film. We just did Nova Southeast University, the animal law students, or the law students, not animal law students. They had a vegan lunch. Then 4 of the students said they were going to go vegan after watching the film.
Wow.
Amazing. That's really amazing. So for everyone who is watching, if you have a business that you want to represent or anything else that you want to film for, like a trailer like Susan got, that we got also for the film Humankindness, the Animal Dilemma, that opened us a lot of opportunities. Today is the last day that you can get this in our crowdfunding campaign. We will even show you soon how to do this. Darren Cavanagh is doing this for a 1,500, which is half of the rate that he would normally prepare this for. So you can get this in our crowdfunding campaign and impress the masses with whatever you want to show to them.
Exactly. And
I would love to ask the people watching. I know we've got 10 people live who just saw the trailer, and how
22 people altogether.
22 people there.
22 people, what they thought of the trailer. Just some words of how it made them feel. It's just great to get, like, one of the rare things you don't get when you make these kind of things and people see them is how
we're going to wait for these comments now to come in, but in between, maybe Susan, if you can share with us, why did you decide to go for the film? Why did you want to be part of this? You already mentioned partly, but what was the main reason that you joined our team and you're going to be now presented in the Humankindness, the Animal Dilemma film?
Because I recognize that the potential to reach a larger audience is all over the human film, because it has everything that people gravitate toward. They gravitate towards love, positivity, rescue, adventure, and mission. And you all have a mission. I live in Florida, so I can say you all. You all have a mission. The mission is evident, and people do gravitate towards that. And now more than ever, people want positive, proactive stories that they can be inspired by, which will also fuel their own actions, it'll make them feel hopeful that they too can do something to help all species of animals. It's hopeless. Sometimes it can feel hopeless because once you realize the extent of animal suffering, then it feels hopeless. What can one person do? Well, this film, the Humankindness film, and also the Heart Whisperer, shows that one person can make a massive difference. And the fact that the most powerful action you can take for animals is to go vegan. And people want this information. They may not realize yet that they want this information or they need this information. And here it is in this package that is easy to digest, and it actually makes the person want to know more about the story, which is exactly what these trailers are about. And also just viewing your trailer made me cry. The part where you're holding the is it a sheep or a goat?
A lamb, yeah.
Yes, where you're holding that. Gosh, that's the part and I spoke with others that had to that part, because it's what we all want to do. We all want to put our arms around the animals who are suffering and rescue them. And the fact that you did that, and it's all connected with your wedding, that's a story. So, and I know other people feel the same way that I do that are part of the film. So I know Anita from Animal Safety is a part of it, and is another sincere, genuine individual who has made a massive difference to opening people's eyes to what's happening to others. Right now, massive global scale, there are so many animals suffering. We can't even imagine the sum of it, but we can.
Susan left somehow.
I think we lost Susan now.
She's back.
No, that was my mom calling from England, interrupting. I did say I was doing this. A lot of times mothers don't listen to you. They just call in.
Like the kids.
Yes. But actually, we got some comments about your trailer, Susan.
Yeah, look at this. First comment. Really great.
I can't chew gum and walk at the same time, so you would have to read me that comment because I can't see it.
Robert from Switzerland actually said, really great trailer. Then Jasna said, tears and goosebumps.
That's nice.
She said it was amazing.
Yes.
Tears and goosebumps. That's massive praise right there. That's what we want. We want tears, goosebumps, and then leading to action.
Yes, that's absolutely.
Exactly.
Thank you so much, Susan, for having been here.
Yes.
We will, we hope many more people will see this and hear about the Heart Whisper because it's truly inspiring, and we're so happy to have you in the film.
Thank you so much for being part of this big story of ours. And of course, we're going to help you as much as possible, of course, with yours, because you're doing an amazing job and we all have to help each other when we're doing something great. We need to unite and do things together because together we are way, way stronger. Thank you, Susan, so much for coming out today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And if you want to volunteer, we're beananimalhero.org. We're all volunteers. So beananimalhero.org.
Perfect.
Thank
you so much.
Florida.
Yeah, have a beautiful day and hopefully to join you at some point.
Thank you.
Oh.
Bye.
So, Darren, what do you think? We just started this conversation.
You know, what she was saying, the good movies are movies that you want to see, that you haven't seen already, or a film that you've already seen and loved and you want to see more of. So a lot of what Susan was talking about, I'll put it this way. The amount of people that we've got lined up to be in this movie, I want to see this film. I'm excited to see this movie.
Yeah.
And so, like, when you're somebody that's involved in the creation of something and you want to see it as like be an audience member, then it's something special because that's the thing that motivates you to keep going. I mean, the film that I produced, 6 years of my life working on, I knew the story. It was in my head. I was absolutely passionate about telling that story. And at times it was such hard work and so challenging. I mean, I think I hired an editor originally, and then my funds ran out, and so I decided I'm going to have to edit this whole movie, and that was almost 2 years, every single day editing part of that film on my own. And a 90-minute movie, you need a full-time editor or 2 editors to get up every day and to go to that film and to be working through it. Just took every bit of passion that I had. But it's because I wanted to see that film. And I feel the same way about this. I think I just get so excited. I'm so excited of the film, the interviews that we're going to film and the stories that are going to come out to add to where we are already. And I just know that whatever we do from this point on with the people that are on board, we will make an inspiring and engaging film. There's no way we can mess it up. There isn't, and we won't. But, and I say that with dedication, because of the commitment. And as a filmmaker, I wouldn't say that if I didn't mean it. So I'm excited to see this film as everyone else. And it's really important that we get feedback from people after this campaign. Every single person that's contributed is showing the trust and faith, because we haven't finished the film. We're we're saying to people, this is what we're going to be producing for you. So to have that faith from this many people at this stage, again, just gives us the energy to move forward to create the best film we can.
I think it's crucial, really, that you enjoy what you're doing. And to be honest, in the beginning, when we start this whole journey, I thought to myself, why do we need like 2 years? Let's do this in half a year. Let's do this in 3 months. I like to do things fast, and I like to be like on point. And then just like, now we're 15 months over and we are still on half. But my point is, when you learn more how much it goes into such a movie, how many things you need to think about. And if you really want to make an impact and do something that is going to make a legacy, at least this is our goal, then of course you have to put like way more effort into it than just like to put it together somehow and put it out. So in any case, we're very grateful to have you on board. And now we actually have a question for you, Darren. Do you want to join us on the journey through Humankindness Indiegogo campaign, where we can explain the perks, what people can buy, how people can help us, how people can get on board with this team, that we together gonna create something special? Are you in?
I would love to. I just need 2 minutes to go feed the cat and use the
that was a good one. No worries, come back and we're gonna start now with the Humankindness
start ready,
campaign.
but you will just join in.
Perfect. So you just maybe can repeat what are we doing here and invite people. I'm gonna prepare things.
Maybe I just very quickly want to answer a comment that we got like 15 minutes ago from Alison. Like, yes, because I think it's very important. We get this question often, if this film will be shown only in Europe or also in US theaters. So our main goal is to get to the huge streaming platforms such as Netflix, Hulu, the Discovery Channel, which is of course worldwide, and we want this film also to be seen in festivals worldwide, in the US, in Europe, in many different places. We actually got already offers for premieres in like
3 of them, I think, so for now.
Yeah, 3. Like we got in the US, in Canada, and in Europe, like in Switzerland and England. So in different places, we really want this movie to be seen by the millions.
I meant to say like 3 places in US, but no worries. Anyway, for sure, we're going to do our best to really go mainstream to show this to as many people as possible. We're going to do our best, of course, with your help. And now we're going to show you how you can help us, how you can be part of this film, and what is still needed to make this film a reality. So this is our campaign. And as you could see before, we showed you this film where you can see Indiegogo main video where we discuss why we're doing these kind of things, why did we start with this kind of project, what is our aim, and how we're going to reach this. At the end, you can also see the teaser trailer, which is actually the selling point of the film. You can actually really feel the emotions, who is the main reason why we're doing this film. And of course, if you want to get there, just go to Indiegogo, by the way. Just write this in Google, Indiegogo, and then write Humankindness, and you're going to find this campaign very easily.
By the way, Egli Walter paid 50 euros. Thank you so much.
Egli, thank you so much
for helping us. First, we got associative producer, and now someone paying 50 euros. We are so thankful for everyone chipping in.
One new backer. Cool stuff. Thank you so much. 53,418 euros. We only need 1,572. It's amazing.
Great math, Matei.
Thank you so much. I was a mathematician in my previous life. But
yes, thank you so much. Like every donation counts, even if you put 10 euros in to pre-download the film, this would help a lot to get to this 55,000, which is our final stretch goal, and we want to reach this today.
Here you can see actually more videos than just this one. First of all, this is the main video where you can see a little bit more about the film. Here you have the teaser trailer. Then you have also some other things we're going to show you later. It's exclusive footage from the film that was never shown before except 2 weeks ago on social media, but it's completely new in the last 2 or 3 weeks. And of course, videos about the perks that you can buy, and perks are actually the topic for this conversation. We can go a bit down on this page, and you can see, of course, that our final goal for today is 55,000 euros plus. We are right now on 53,418, and if you can, every euro counts, every donor counts. So if you can help us, if you like what we're doing, if you like to help animals, people, and the planet, then for sure this is something that you can contribute, and be sure that this money went into the right hands. This is not the money for us. This is money for the film. This is money to make the film as big as possible, to make this production level value film as high as possible, to be able to really sell them to, like Anja said before, the streaming services, a lot of festivals, and of course all around the world. What happened?
No, nothing. The battery.
Oh, the battery. Yes.
Oh, great.
We have discovered.
Cool.
So maybe you can now explain the perks, Anja.
Yes. So I will walk you now or talk you through our perks because we have many different of them and it can be maybe a little overwhelming. That's why I will walk you through. So here at the beginning, you have the option to contribute whatever amount you want. You can 10,000, 5, however you'd like. In this way, you don't get anything in return. So here we have then the perks, which is normally the pre-order of the film. Oh, sorry. Now I messed it up, Matei. Yes, but give me a second. So how can I get again to the perks? Here, huh?
Yeah.
The options. Why didn't it work? Good. Sorry, people. Normally the pre-order of the film was €19, but we reduced it to €10 for this very last day. In this case, you will be one of the first to see the film when it is finished before the masses can see it. You see, we have still quite some of them left. It's a special price. Go and get your pre-download right now. We want them all to be gone today, so do it fast. Afterward, we have like the thank you in the film credit, which is also €10. This means when you have this beautiful music playing in the end of the film, people are inspired. Your name will be written there for only €10. This is actually the official Be the First to Own the Film that we had before for €19, where you get the thank you of the film credit and a digital download together. We also have quite some of those left, so people contribute, help the film to become the reality now. We have here also a signed film poster that we will ship to wherever you live in the world, plus also a download of the film and the film credit. So this beautiful poster with the dog that you very likely saw already, you will get it at home with the signature of Matei, me, and Darren Cavanagh, our film producer. Here you can be flashy. So you will get an animal-shaped USB stick, like you can see here on the picture, plus the film on it, some exclusive extras that other people will not be able to see. We will include there some clips, some special treats that we will not share yet with you, but it will be very interesting for €47. And also your name will be mentioned in the end of the film. I saw Darren is back.
Exactly. Before we go to the next one, let's share a screen also with Darren, because for sure he has something to say.
Hello.
Darren, hi.
Hello, I'm back.
So let's go through with Darren as well.
Yes.
And I'm going to go to feed the cat.
Darren will feed the cat. So we have this unique vegan art print. Actually, you can get the picture if you want. It is in the other room. So I will just do this quickly because Chantal is a Swiss artist that we also know personally, and she's really amazing. She is in for the animals 100%, and she's quite known here, or actually very well known here in Switzerland and also Germany and other countries for her beautiful art. You see here Katinka and Hope, which are the two animals that we actually had in the church when we protested against the violence for Easter that is happening to the animals. Yes, this is the painting that was actually paid also by Robert Rauschmeier, who is commenting and helping us very, very much. He gave us this as a, yes, thank you. He gave us this actually as a wedding present, and that we can remember those two beautiful individuals. So thank you so much, Robert, for making this possible. Thank you so much, Chantal, for making this beautiful painting for us. And you can get a beautiful poster of that. So you won't get like a painting, but a beautiful poster signed by Chantal, the Swiss vegan artist, Matei, and me, delivered to your home, and you're supporting the film with that.
Just one question for you, Anja. Actually, you can respond now.
Yes, I saw a question. So we have a very special agreement with Vegusto, which is an amazing vegan brand from Switzerland. I think they do this since '92 or something like that. They're the first vegan store in Switzerland.
They're going to be also part of the film, by the way?
Yes, they will be seen there. It's really amazing what they're doing. We're sure that the not yet vegans, they will be very convinced by what they will see there also. And they offered us that everyone who takes at least something for €19 or plus will get a cheese package sent to their home. The only thing is this is only available for Switzerland, Germany, and France. But if you live in one of those countries, normally the package is 25 francs. You can get it by supporting our film for at least €19. And I promise you, the cheese sauce, oh my God, it's delicious.
Okay, let's go back to the campaign with Darren.
Sorry, one thing. Yeah, you cannot see this in the campaign, but whenever you get something for 19 euro, we will see it in the system and we will send you the link if you're from Switzerland, or send your address to Vegusto directly so they can deliver the cheese at your home. So we have the next perk. Darren, do you want to explain this one?
Viva la Vegan is an amazing, multi-award-winning clothing and accessory business here in the UK, run by Jay and Luke, who are wonderful people, vegans. I met them at a Veg Fest many years ago at one of their amazing stalls. People in the UK will know them very well because they always have one of the best stalls at the vegan fairs, and they do jean jackets, sew-on brochures, t-shirts, bags, all kinds of awesome fashion and accessories. So they have partnered with us to create this hip box bundle. So for only €100, you will get more than over 10 items from the store as in a secret package from them, sent to you in the UK. And it's free in the UK postage. You pay a little bit of postage if it's outside of the UK. I've seen that so far with the orders that we've had in, we've only had 6 in, which is a little disappointing and surprising, but it's okay, folks. We've still got time to sell a lot more. And most of these packages have been from people abroad, which is great, because I know that mostly they sell in markets in the UK. And Jane Luke's story as well of how they came into veganism is really fascinating, and we're looking forward to featuring their unique story in the film. But this is a great one, folks. This is really, you could buy this for yourself off someone. I've got a lot of their items of clothing. It's great quality. It's all cruelty free. And so this, as well as the package, you get a thank you in the credits, a digital download of the film, and the bundle. So this one is awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Darren, for sharing this amazing perk with us. If you want to have a beautiful piece of clothing that is made ethical and vegan, you can get this one. Then this is one of my favorites, because I really think for like what it costs, you get so much, and it's such a beautiful one actually. So remember again this beautiful music in the end of the film, and everyone is super inspired by the story, and you can be there actually with your animal friend together in a video. So this is for €129, a credit in the, it's a video of you and your companion animal in the end credits. So whether this is a dog, a cat, or also pig, turkey, we want to show the strong bond that people have with their animal friends, and that they are really like family members who should be treated with respect and love. So far, we got 12 away from 25, so still quite of them are available. And I know that one woman, for example, she has chicken at home and she loves them so much. And I'm really happy that she decided to go for this, because many people think chicken are stupid and they are not worthy of love. And we believe that this can be such a beautiful way of ending this film and showing you with your animal friend.
I also wanted to add, people, when imagine you're in the cinema watching this film, folks, and it's coming to an end. You know, people have you've gone on this 90-minute journey, and then the credits roll with people's names, and then right next to the credit is there is you with your animal companion, animal or dog, with your name. And the reason we've only got 25 is credits, you know, they can only run for a few minutes, so it'll be a very shortish image of you, but then there'll be you, and then there'll be someone else on the other side, and so it'll be amazing to see yourself there in the company of all these other people that are in the film. So this one is really quite special. And I know that I love films like comedies or films by Disney, when you watch the end credits and you see the image of people that are involved in the film, or people with their animals. And again, it's our way of ending the film on an inspiring note, to see you with the animal that you love. And only yesterday, a friend of mine, David Chapman, bought one of these, and he's got 2 amazing cats that he sent me pictures of. I just wanted to do a shout out to him, because I know him and his partner are extremely glamorous, particularly his partner, and I think she's going to be the ones with the cats. And so I'm looking forward to seeing the video that they shoot for the end, to see them with their cats at home. Great.
That would be super cute. And of course, you get also a digital download of the film in this package. Hurry up, folks, we have 13 left.
This is also actually one of the coolest perks, if you ask me, because you can be actually in the VIP premiere ticket lounge, because we for sure don't know yet exactly where this is going to be, but there's going to be more of them, because, you know, if you do this in Europe, if you do this in USA, if you do this in Switzerland, Anja's country, Slovenia, my country, and so on, all the premieres count. So whenever you take, you know, first of all, you support the movie greatly, and secondly, of course, you get these tickets. Here we said, of course, exclusive European, but you know what, if someone wants to come in USA,
and we will have one,
of course, we will get you this done. So anyway, I think we sold a couple of them, 5 of them already, which is amazing. And of course, you get a digital download of the film, a thank you in a film credit, plus of course, these 2 premiere tickets. Thank you so much for everyone who already bought this. And if you haven't yet, you know, go and check this out. Usually this is attended by people who are part of the film. Also, some big people, stars and so on, who are not yet mentioned because we just got this connection now in the last months. You know, this is going to be amazing. And if you haven't yet, please check our teaser trailer. Please check what we're doing. And of course, if you can support us in any case, you know, this is just one of the examples right now what we're looking at. Support the film, be part of the team. Only today, only a couple more hours left. We have 1,700 euros still to reach our target. So yes, let's go, people.
Yes, and I mean, sorry.
I want to say about premieres that it's very rare that premiere tickets go on sale to the general public. I've been fortunate enough, because I've worked in the film industry for many decades, that I attended lots of movie premieres. And I've got to say that they are amazing events. You know, they're really exciting to go to. Everybody, you know, you dress in your black tie, the women dress up. And it's just a great vibe to be there where people are seeing the film for the first time. And generally, you know, there'll be vegan food, there'll be paparazzi. And it's like, you know, for that price, 169, you can pay that to go see someone in concerts, or, you know, to go see the theater, to get 2 tickets. So it's great value. It's something that you will remember for the rest of your life. And we just want as many people there as possible. As clearly cast and crew will be there and the people in the film, but we really want as many people who are out there in the world to come and join us to see the film for the first time at this premiere.
Darren, is it different to be on the premiere, or is it different, or is it the same like if you go to just to the cinema or take this download?
It's totally different. I mean, well, the cinema, it's a completely different experience.
Yeah.
I mean, the purpose for the premiere generally is for the press and for news, because you want to launch the film to the world. So press will be invited along. It'll be covered by the news. So that's why when people turn up, you usually see the cameras outside. But then when you're inside, usually we will choose a specific cinema. It will be dressed a certain way. And there's no other film showing. Just our film will be in the posters and in the foyer. And I'm sure we'll have some animal companions there. We'll have vegan food, canapes. And then when you walk in, normally before the film starts, the directors or myself or people in the film will come up in the front. There'll be a little Q&A. People can take pictures. Then the movie will begin. And generally there's applause, like when people's names are up, and at the end, it's an amazing atmosphere.
Yeah, I almost got the tears in the eyes now when hearing this. This is really like, wow, like I could totally picture this happening, or how this will be in the future. And I'm so happy also, I know some of our friends bought this, and seeing them with us there on the premiere already now makes me so happy to have like this small selection of really amazing people cheering, like being proud of what we all achieved together and showing this for the first time. Oh, I can't wait for this.
Just let me remind you something.
Also, Lynn, one of our awesome executive producers and co-producer, she suggested the green carpet, because traditionally it's a red carpet at movie premiere. And I think we can create a story out of that. We don't want a red carpet at our premiere because that indicates the blood of the animals. And so we want a green carpet, and we want to draw attention to that, because as you can see from our title, our film title is green, and we use a lot of green. And green is about growth. Green's about life. It's not about death.
Beautiful.
Exactly. I just wanted to say something about what Anja said before, because 3 weeks ago, we had the opportunity to see the trailer in front of, I don't know, maybe 40, 50 people in the Animal Rights Conference where Anja had a speech. And we showed this film, and I remember seeing this footage, only 1 minute 30, this teaser trailer that you can all see if you go on Indiegogo campaign on the top. And I don't know, we both felt something really, really special because, you know, it's a lot of work and a lot of great cause. Because here, let's not forget, we're talking about the film all the time. We're talking here about like we need to get funds on board. We're talking about like how great Susan was, how great Darren is, how great we're gonna do this film and reach many people. But we're doing this specifically just because there are so many animals at this stage, you know, that in the world that we cannot even imagine how many of them are suffering right now, how many of them are killed right now by farmers who actually take care of them, by farmers who want them good until they can, of course, use them. And this is something that we actually all the time forget. You know, we're here for the animals, we're here for the forgotten victims of our society. So if you can support us, let's make this film together. And believe me, if you support the film, every euro counts, every dollar counts. If you support the film, you're going to feel differently when you're going to watch the film. You're going to feel you're proud of part of it, and you're going to feel you can actually contribute to bigger change in the world.
Yes. So we have just to move on to our executive producers.
We're going to come back, yeah?
We will come back and explain you more of those amazing perks later here directly with Darren. Now we have already one of our executive producers who showed up, and actually even our co-producer, and they will come along during the next 30 minutes, and we will show you because many could not come in the Indiegogo campaign, who the rest of our amazing team members are who contributed with a very general amount to make this happen.
So Darren, you can go to feed the cat again. We're going to get you back in the room very soon. But with us is actually someone very, very special.
Yes.
Because this person who you're going to meet right now does not, his language is not original English, like it's not mine. He is from Switzerland, and he's an amazing person without whom we would not be here right now.
Yes. Oh my God. Let's introduce us to Renato. Hi, Renato.
Hello.
Renato Wernli, he was our second executive producer, and he is now also our co-producer. Maybe you want to introduce yourself first shortly, and then we can share why we feel so tight together with you and why we're so grateful to have you in our team. Hi, Renato.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
We're very, very good to have
Amazing.
you on board. And maybe just tell you who you are, what are you doing, and why did you join our team for this film?
I heard about the film through my acquaintance with you. We know us from other animals campaigns. You were very active, I know it, outreaches events. You make also demonstrations, stable occupations, fake wedding fears, etc., etc. You taught me never to give up. So many burnout with so much activism, but you every time keep going. And Anja, you once indicated your receipt to me, never to give up. While many are frustrated and complain that the liberation of animals has come to a certain standstill, and you say to me, without our resistance, those responsible would be even less inhibited. And this situation for the animals would become more dramatic. And that gave me a lot of motivation.
Wow.
Thank you so much, Renato. That was beautiful to hear. This is quite some time ago that I told you this, and it's for me like really interesting that you still remember this. Also for everyone watching, you see how like your positive words can really lift someone up. We sometimes don't think about it when we say something, but be nice to people, give them your strength, because you never know what this will do with the person. But what I want to say, like briefly, if I may, Renato, he has been such a big help. Without Renato, I don't know where my activism would be right now, because when I started to do farm investigations, I quit my job in order to do more work for the animals. And I remember I didn't have money. I couldn't pay the fuels to go to the farms to show what's happening to the animals. And Renato said, you know what, I will support you like financially. And he helped me to pay the gas. He helped me to pay the placards for farm occupations. And I remember I wanted to show him the receipt and to show like what I use this money for. And he was like, don't worry, I don't need to see this. I trust you. And that was like so amazing, like that someone that you just know from the activism is giving so much trust into you and your work. And that was truly beautiful. And when Matei and me, we started, no, actually I need to go a step back, sorry. Renato told me also, because I had to go to court, right, with Matei together also. And he told me, you know what, if you have to go to court for your actions, I will be there, I will help you financially. And this helped me so much because, of course, knowing that you have to defend yourself from the police, from the court, it's already a lot. But knowing that someone is here also to help you out of the financial disaster, that was truly, truly like beautiful. And I'm very grateful to you, Renato, for that. So thank you so much. And then we started with the film Humankindness, The Animal Dilemma. And Matei was also involved. So maybe you can share how Renato helped us here.
I mean, first of all, I was hugely impressed, how your connection with Anja was already established, because, of course, you respected her a lot because she did a lot of actions. But let's not forget that, Renato, you're very, very active for animal rights. You're huge in Switzerland, and you're doing so much for specifically for against testing of animals. We can talk about this a little bit more later. But yes, this movie would not be where it is because at the beginning we didn't have funds. Of course, we are paying the things ourselves and we put quite some money into it, but at some point, it was like, what, we have to somehow find the funds, otherwise we cannot continue. We cannot get the trailer done. We cannot get actually paid for the team who's going to film us. Of course, Darren was even later. But in any case, every time he was listening to us, he was never resistant. He was always just wanting to help us. And it's not just this something that to talk about, Renato. I want to talk also to other people. When you see someone who is very motivated, you probably want to help. And anyone can help with a kind word like Anja did, with a motivational speech, with your actions to inspire other people, and of course with your money as well. And I believe that really, Renato, you did so much with your energy, presence, your gratefulness. And I believe the strongest pact that we have with you is actually that we all want the same. We want to stop this nonsense. We want to show to people that it's completely unnecessary to kill, torture, to rape, to I don't know what else, to these animals that are actually living right now. And we couldn't be happier to have you on board. And thank you so much from our hearts, because we are going to be grateful forever. And you're a huge part of our film and, of course, also about our motivation. So thank you, Renato.
Thank you very much.
Guest. Yeah, we have another guest that you're not very well known, and this is Patricia. Patricia, hello.
Hello, together. Hello, Matei, Anja.
Great to see you.
Renato.
Old friends are here. Old friends. Sometimes we eat lunch together. Today we are here on the video call.
Yeah. Who are you, dear Patricia?
Yeah, tell us more about you.
About me? No, okay. I'm not used to talk about me. So I'm an architecture and activist, and I'm vegan, no vegetarian since 35 years, and then I went vegan. Now there are 4 years about.
4 years. Okay.
And I'm still in the profession. I'm working 100%, and the activism I do apart, the other 12 hours.
Wow.
Everywhere. And I like to do activism in the daily life. So I search for things that I don't every time have to go somewhere to a cube. I like to go, but also when I travel in train or I go walking, I take little pictures with me and I put them in the fire places to inform the people they will come to have lunch there. Yes, I play saxophone and I like biking. I went to Rotterdam with my saxophone on the bike.
Wow.
2 years ago, and last year, to Budapest.
That's
and
amazing.
last year, no, 2 years ago, it's rather 3 years ago.
You're very active.
Last year I wanted to go to Slovenia to your friend, and it was something that I couldn't go. So
Okay, so
it's
this year is
also on
good.
program.
This year is good.
But can I, or you have one say
No,
something?
I just want to say, by the way, that Patricia was also a huge part of our wedding day.
Yes.
Because when we got married officially, you know, like we discussed before, we had this 3-day section for the animals. And in this time, we were not at home because we were closely to these sections, and we had to sleep somewhere. And not just to sleep somewhere, we agreed with Patricia that we're gonna sleep over and then go to another action on Saturday, on another action on Sunday, and so on. And when we get there, first of all, there were like quite some people who also stayed at Patricia's place, which was amazing energy, amazing food, and so on. But also, how did the bedroom look, Anja?
I mean, just very briefly to say, you know, like because our wedding was so fully packed with actions, it was cold, we were really frozen down to our bones. It didn't feel like wedding, to be honest. Like we got married in 15 minutes and then it's just like saving the animals, running away from the farmer, going to a cube and then to Patricia's home. And she really made it happen that we felt like we got married. Like, I mean, the bed, she cut out like 2 big red hearts.
Which we still have, by the way.
We have them. She decorated them with gold, wrote our names there, placed it on the bed. And she asked us up front in a very long email, like, as a wedding couple, what would you like to eat? What would you like to drink? Some champagne, vegan fondue, which is like a Swiss traditional menu, what in the end we actually really ate. So it was truly beautiful and gave us this opportunity of celebrating.
But I want to say something else now. Renato, listen to this. I got married that day, with Anja. And this was amazing. And of course, we had a lot of actions. But, you know, I asked her that day, you know, what was your favorite part of the day? Because we every day used to ask each other that. And she told me that her favorite part of the day was what, Anja?
We were laying in the bathtub after being completely frozen down. I was in a short wedding dress in the cube. And I told to Matei, being in this hot bathtub is my favorite moment.
So we just got married a couple of hours before. You know, I married the love of my life. And she told me her favorite moment was at Patricia's bedroom in the hot tub, just chilling.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
So yeah, thank you so much for making this like not so like typical wedding day, like still romantic in some way. We really appreciate.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
But Renato, maybe just tell us a little bit more about your activism, because you're very active in many fronts, but you're specialized into animal testing. You're big in Switzerland, you go into politics, you do campaigns.
TV shows.
What is your goal? What should we all do?
In Switzerland, it's possible to make a referendum if you have 100,000 signatures. And with my group, we have 1,000 signatures the last 3 years. And our referendum question was, we want to prohibit animal testing in Switzerland. Mm-hmm. And normally it's very difficult to have so a lot of signature. Also, big parties have difficulties with this great number, but we could make in one years and a half, we could have this 100,000 signature, and all Switzerland must say yes or no to animal testing. I think we were the first state in all the world who had this possibility.
Thank you so much.
But it's we were one step before animal testing, animal liberation. But in February 22, we lost this referendum. We only had 21% of yes and 79% of no. But we have launched a new referendum, a little bit not so strong, not so consequent like the other, but also consequences. A total prohibition of a total ban of animal testing. And now we have the permission to begin with the signatures, and we have begun. But it's only the 9th May we have begun with this new referendum, and we hope this time it will be better.
That's amazing. We are very proud of you. This is a huge step, and we for sure need to work on these kind of things, even though sometimes we know that's highly unlikely we're going to reach the goal, because it's really, we're talking about people who abuse animals on a daily basis without knowing it or wanting to know it. And of course, we need way more, and someone needs to start, and these pioneers are usually the reason why the world changes. So Renato, thank you so much. We're really proud of you.
Yeah, and also, even if this was not accepted, this initiative, I know like the huge awareness you spread, you were all the time in the media, it was huge, and that this was already brought in front of the people to vote, I think is like very, very historical. As you said, it hasn't been done before, and just because it wasn't accepted doesn't mean it was a failure. Next time it will be for sure better, and other countries may follow that you inspired. So for sure this was, wow, so amazing. We heard you speak in the TV, and it was amazing what you did.
Yeah, really proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anja.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go.
Patricia, you decided to become an executive producer of Humankindness, The Animal Dilemma. And we would like to know actually why you were like ready to, first of all, contribute in such a generous way to the campaign, and also to become a part of our team.
Yeah, it was a feeling first, and then I realized why it was this feeling. It was three things, I think. It was the creativity. Yes.
Okay.
I see by your actions, it's marvelous. It's so good. Then it's your mindfulness. You do the things right. You think about really good mindfulness, and you take the right, with this mindfulness, you take the right decisions. And yes, so you have, I thought you have success with your actions. And the third thing is that you do it by heart. You connect all the things you have in mind with the heart. And so it was clear.
Thank you so much, dear Patricia.
Thank you, really. It's amazing to hear these stories, and also amazing to get so much trust of all of you, because, at the beginning it was only the idea. We were in Greece, just like talking things through, what we can do, what we can change, how we can be more effective, can we do this in another way, and then somehow this idea arose, and then it grew, and now we have people who trust in us. Now we have already 53,400 and something euros more.
I think more.
I think it's incredible, because this was at the beginning an idea. Of course, then we had to step together. Now we have quite some money on board. We have a executive producer, who I want to introduce you right now for the first time, Darren Cavanagh, who is here with us, who is a huge part of this film, and of course he helped us a lot to change this, to shift our mentality, and to find a way how to make this really for the masses.
And he helped us to go from Marry for Peace to Humankindness, The Animal Dilemma.
For those who didn't know, by the way, Humankindness, The Animal Dilemma is not the original film. The original title was
Marry for Peace.
Marry for Peace. And also we had some different ideas how we want to do this, in which way, and so on. But of course, with the help of Darren, our producer, and of course with the help of people like Renato and Patricia, we have the possibility to make this really, really happen, and happen big.
Thanks for inviting me back. I want to electronically say hello to Renato and Pat. I haven't met them before. I know I've heard stories about them both, and it's just really nice to meet you in person. I'm looking forward to meeting you in person at the premiere or before. And I wanted to say that I wanted to thank you, Renato and Pat, for all of the work that you do for the animals. It's very, very inspiring. And even though our languages are different and we come from different parts of the world, the vision that we're aiming for is the same for the animals. And so that's the thing that resonates for me. And this is why I think this film is so important, because already the amount of people globally that are being involved just keeps broadening out the story to the world. And that this problem is global. And so all the things that we do in our own countries has an impact. But the vision of the film is for it to reach out to as many people as possible, and also introduce people to the stories that they wouldn't necessarily have known what was going on. So I wanted to say that just right here, right now. Thank you both for your support to this stage, and it's just really great. Thank you.
We are joining this. Thanks for sure.
Thank you so much.
Maybe because we have a couple of minutes before, we're going to show one very, very interesting video to you, to all of you, by the way, Renato, Patricia, Darren, you're all going to enjoy, because this is a person who went through a lot of similar things as well, like the animals are going through today, because he went through Holocaust. And this person is a big fan of our work as well. He's a big fan of, he wanted to be, of course, part of the film. And he's a big fan of the idea of introducing this thing to the non-vegans. We all know that we're doing this film for non-vegans, or not yet vegans, or what someone said before?
Pre-vegans.
Pre-vegans, yeah, which is an amazing word as well. Because all of us, we became vegan at a certain point. And we have to have understanding for other people, because if you want to change them, we cannot judge them, even though this is the easiest thing to do. But we should not judge them. We have to be understanding. We need to understand them and show them the way, inspire them, and of course make them think, which is all we can do, because we cannot change them. If we could change people, we would go right now on the streets and we would change one by one by one. It doesn't
Without
work.
sleeping.
But we need to actually make the inspiration. We need to show to the people something that they will think about themselves. And when they have the conversation in their head about what's happening, what should I do? Do I want to contribute to this or not? This is the way to change the people's mind, we believe. So yes, this is huge, and thank you so much for being part of this movement.
Can I say something about the audience? I know during the campaign we say the film's for non-vegans and it's for vegans. I want to really emphasize that this is a film for everybody, for young and old, and the whole world. And when we get into labels of vegan and non-vegan, I don't think we need to say that. This is a film that we want to be seen by everybody. And I'm talking from somebody that's 5 to 6 years old to somebody that's 80 or 96 years of age. Some of the biggest films have the biggest reach when they call it, it's like a universal audience, that anyone out there can watch it, they can get something from it, and it can connect with them. And so we will have very specific stories in the film from people from various lifestyles, vegan and non-vegan, but as a film and as a story, we're making this for everybody.
That's beautiful, Darren. Thank you so much.
That's well put. That's well put. I like to say that this is for non-vegans just because we really want to get out of the vegan bubble, of course, as you know. But of course, this is for everyone. I really strongly believe vegans will highly, highly appreciate this film. But what is even more important, that people who are not yet vegans, they're going to want to see it as well. And this is the case.
But for sure, it's for everyone, as you said, Darren. One thing that I would like to do, if Matei agrees, because we have quite some other executive producers who couldn't make it, who are elsewhere or maybe didn't find the link, we really would like also to give them a quick shout out by sharing on the Indiegogo campaign who this is.
So,
give a second. Because we're really overwhelmed by all the amazing support.
So now Indiegogo campaign.
Yeah. If you go
and lower, you can all find them, by the way. Oh, there's something we're going to talk about a little bit later.
Not yet. Give us a second.
These are the interviews, and now we're getting to people who
not yet
help us not, but those people also helped.
Here.
Okay.
Yes. So we don't have too much time. That's why we go a bit quicker through. But Lynn Gianni, she's amazing. Actually, she was the first executive producer in the first day of the campaign. We already agreed with some people that they will buy some perks, but all of a sudden at 3 a.m. there was this €2,500 that we were like, who is this? Is this legit? I never heard about this person. Lynn Gianni, who is really amazing. She helped us a lot with great connections, and later on she became our co-producer because also of that, and we had a great chemistry. And along with Lynn is Renato, that we have here in the stream, our co-producer. As we discussed before, he helped us a lot financially. He was in every single action. So it was more than proper to really invite him to the core team and make him our co-producer. Then we have Mr. and Mrs. Shah, who are actually from India, but they live in the States, and they have an organization called World Vegan Vision. Mr. Schach is 92 years old, and we're very happy to have like a senior, basically, who is vegan and who can represent that veganism, being kind to animals, is actually for all ages. Mrs. Patricia Schibli, that we have also in the live stream. Thank you so much, Pat, for being part of our team. Someone else from the Swiss community is Beat Probst. I know him personally, Matei knows him personally, and he's really amazing, changing the world through some revolutionary vegan meat options. Like it's really fascinating what they're doing. They're working with big corporations together.
And just one very, very interesting thing, they're working with, can we say this?
I don't know what you want to say.
Maybe not. Let's continue.
Okay, I'm sorry for the spoiler. I don't know what they wanted to say. But Nir Rosenfeld, he is from Frankfurt, Germany, and he is amazing. He opened 5 vegan restaurants there. He was not vegan before. He had restaurants, but when he understood what's happening to the animals, he shifted them all to veganism. So he has 5 very successful, restaurants. We have another one, Pascal Misteli, also from Switzerland. Thank you so much for your support. And Christine from Switzerland. We have a huge Swiss community here, but also people from the States and from other countries, which is amazing. And last but not least, we have an associate producer, which is Peter Hübner from Germany, who was also very present in the church action as the priest. He is actually a real priest who was praying outside for the animals who suffer daily for human consumption.
And there's another person who is not yet here, but is actually from Slovenia. I'm very proud to say that also we have Slovenian representative in associative producers, and this is Milan Rus, who was a farmer who had a lot of trees, and he shifted completely his farm, and now he's only producing, of course, vegetables and seeds and stuff like that. I will actually share the link later, but he's an amazing person who supports us always. And yes, I just want to shout out Milan Rus. Thank you so much for your support as well. Okay.
And we still have free associate producer perks left, don't we?
Yes.
So if anyone watching wants to be part of, wants to get the IMDb credits and be part of our amazing core team, then please do. We've got 3 of those places left. And associate producer, it's just that again, really, really amazing lineup of people that have supported us. And the thing with all films is there's so much that goes on behind the scenes. There's so many people that are involved that contribute so much. It's not just the money, it's their ideas, it's the energy, it's the connections that they have. And that's a lot of there's been so much action going on in the background throughout this entire campaign from everybody. This is where things happen. And so it's vitally important that we get to this point where we can raise as much as we can. But it's no small feat. And like an associate producer on a normal film, if you were to be that and to pay for that and to have an IMDb credit, you'd be talking about almost like 20,000 euros. An executive producer credit on other crowdfunding campaigns generally sells for about 40,000 euros. So we didn't want to come out the gate of having elevated prices like that, but I want everybody who's watching this to know that you can go and research other films that are live on Indiegogo now, and to get a credit at that level professionally, they're generally like 5 times what we are asking for. So I just want people to know that as well.
Thank you for explaining this, Darren. And also, I just want to say to people who are thinking about getting on board, you also get all the connections, all the people who are going to network with you. We're going to ask you questions. You're going to have some input, to say, what do you think about this? What do you think about other things and so on? Of course, we're going to listen and talk to our producers as well. So if you want to join the team, if you want to contribute to this success, then be welcome. And we have one very, very cool comment here, Anja, if you can read.
When asked who I am listening to, I reply that I'm listening to the animals through some very good interpreters.
Yeah, this is just right now live. So thank you so much, Michael. And also, Michael, by the way, you supported us since the beginning with shares, with comments, with likes, with everything. We cannot thank you enough. You're a big supporter. And I just want to acknowledge that, yes, without people like Michael John Smith, for example, who helped us with this social media promotions, we also couldn't be here, even though we did not agree in advance. But he just, yes,
we've got to give something special to Michael John Smith. That the amount of sharing you've been doing on social media, Michael, has been phenomenal. Thank you, thank you.
Yes. So yeah, we're actually soon out of time, but Patricia, Renato, we would love to give you like the last word on this session, whatever you want the viewers to hear about, like what they should do in the activism, what you think about the film, whatever you want to say. That's your moment.
For one final message.
Yes.
Patricia.
Yeah, go on with much energy, like you have made since today. It's marvelous.
Thank you so much, Patricia.
Energy. That's everything actually in life. If you have a lot of energy, you can do a lot of things. So for sure, a good point. Renato, what would you advise to viewers?
I thank you very much that you make this very important film, and I'm very proud that I can be a part of this film. Thank you very much.
Oh, my heart.
Really thankful and happy.
My heart melts. We're really sorry that we couldn't talk so much more to you. The time, just 30 minutes we planned, they go by so much faster. But we're very happy also to have the video calls with you in the future, as Matei said, to get your inputs on with the film, what you think about this or that, and to make this together happen for the animals, the planet, and one another. Thank you so much.
We have huge responsibility, and we're going to do our best to make it better than we all expect from all. Thank you so much. And now we're going to show you the footage, half-hour video with a conversation with Alex Hershaft, animal Holocaust survivor, who is fighting for the animals since, I don't know how long. But you can check this.
Yeah, and he couldn't be here because he's traveling. That's why we agreed to have this this conversation filmed before, because we think he's such a treasure. His insights are so valuable. He started the animal rights movement in the US. So we really wanted to give you this value, this amazing conversation today. Thank you, Alex, for everything you're doing. We love you. You're a true inspiration.
Thank you so much. And yes, enjoy the process. I need 30 seconds, but we are very soon there. Not yet. Hello, good people. How are you? Today we have a very special guest for you, and Anja is going to tell a little bit more about who we're talking about today.
Dr. Alex Hershaft is the president of Farm Animal Rights Movement and a co-founder of both Farm and the US Movement for Animal Rights as a whole. Born in Warsaw, Poland, shortly before World War II began, Alex survived Nazi persecution and sought refuge in the US, where he held a 30-year career in material science and environmental consulting. We have the honor to have Dr. Alex Hershaft in our film, Humankindness, The Animal Dilemma, where he will share his valuable experiences and thoughts.
Dr. Alex Hershaft, welcome to our podcast. Welcome to this chat. Thank you so much for saying yes to coming here today and also to be part of the film. And
it's my pleasure, Matei, to be part of your effort. I'm a great fan and admirer, as you know.
Oh my God, thank you so much. This means a lot. Thank you, really. And by the way, our first question is actually very interesting to us because we want to know, how did you decide to advocate for animal rights after surviving the Holocaust, and why?
Right. Well, there were several reasons. First of all, living through the Holocaust allowed me to really empathize with what an animal goes through, particularly an animal raised for food, where every day you wonder if you will live another day. Every day your life is worthless. It's at the whim of whoever is controlling you, in my case, a Nazi assessment. In the case of a farm animal, the slaughterhouse worker. So that made it very easy for me to empathize with the farmed animals. But then the question that really bothered me is the fact that the Holocaust is one of the greatest tragedies of humankind. It's definitely of the last century. And yet, unlike other major tragedies like the plague like the war, we don't seem to have learned anything from it. In general, when we have major tragedies, we learn lessons and we take steps to prevent future occurrences. Like for the pandemic, we developed vaccines and masks. For World War II, we organized the United Nations to try and let diplomacy work and so forth. But out of the Holocaust, all we have come up with was a slogan, never again, which obviously has not worked because we've had other murders, mass murders in Rwanda and Bangladesh, South Sudan, and so forth. So I was trying to figure out what is it that we can learn, and then in 1972 I was hired to do a wastewater treatment study of a Midwest slaughterhouse because of my background in environmental science. And as I was walking around taking notes, I turned a corner and I came across a pile of body parts, bones and hearts and heads. And the one thing that most people probably don't realize, I didn't, is the body parts look very much alike. It's obviously a human being put together looks different than a pig or a cow, but when you cut them up into pieces, they don't look all that different. So seeing that pile of body parts reminded me immediately of the piles of shoes and hair and glasses that I saw at the Auschwitz death camp when I visited there after the war. And then immediately the analogy suggested itself between what the Nazis did to us and what we're doing to animals raised for food. And my initial reaction was the same as everybody else's, which is they're only animals. Mm-hmm. But somehow it didn't work for me. But then I said, well, okay, after all, look, this is the greatest country on earth, and we wouldn't be doing anything wrong. And I'm a scientist. So obviously, all this requires, it's a minor perturbance. I'm going to research it, and I'm sure that I'll find the answer and put my mind at ease. The opposite happened. Yeah. The more I looked into it, the more I saw the analogies. It was absolutely horrifying. It was the roundups, the use of wooden structures to house the victims, the use of skin identification numbers, the deception about the death process. It just went on and on and on. And the more I looked into it, the more I could not tell the difference, except for the obvious fact, which is the moral valuation of the victims. But then I started looking into how we value victims, and it's not that straightforward. I mean, it's easy enough to say that humans are more valued to us than pigs. Okay, that's an easy equation that we can all make. Mm-hmm. But is a child in Somalia more precious to you than your family dog? Mm-hmm. Probably not. I mean, if you had to perform a life-saving operation on your family dog or a child in Somalia, who would live and who would die? Well, you know the answer. So moral valuation of the victims is not that simple. And it's just so much easier to value all sentient beings alike, at least in terms of life and death. I'm not saying that you have to buy them houses and color TV sets, but in terms of valuing the life, it's just so much simpler to extend your moral empathy to all sentient beings rather than deciding, well, yes, a dog will live, but a pig will die. Or in Southeast Asia, where it's the opposite, when the dogs are used for food, it just gets too complicated. So that's basically how I got involved. And now I'm writing a book about my whole experience, including this so-called dreaded comparison.
And what is the name of the book?
The tentative name is My Journey from the Holocaust to Animal Rights.
Amazing. But when do you think this will come out? We absolutely want to read that.
That depends. That depends on how soon I can find a literary agent and a publisher. I could self-publish, but I want to get the prestige and the support of the publishing house, because this will be a little controversial, obviously. So it would be good if there was some institution of authority behind it. But I'm thinking of lately I've been thinking about just taking that one chapter that deals with the comparison and actually just publishing it as an essay in a magazine.
Separately.
Stimulate interest as a kind of an advance. A number of books and prominent books were born because of the public reaction to an essay in a magazine.
Yeah, I think this is a great idea.
But yeah, honestly, I mean, it was very powerful to hear this from you, because like very often when animal rights activists say this kind of things, it's like, we shouldn't say it, because of course it's the Holocaust, and it was very powerful to hear what you went through and the parallels also that you see with the victims of this time and the animals.
And also I have to say a huge thank you for the animals already now, and also for the people of the future, because people need to hear these things, because of course we should not repeat what we had before, but on the same page also that you are not just fighting for this not to happen again, but also to fight for the victims today, right? That they have no voice, no one's talking about this, people are laughing at these kind of things, and for sure has a lot of weight when you say these kind of things. And thank you so much for speaking up, because you didn't need to. You could do something else. You could just focus on your own life. Focus on something else.
Human rights, even.
Exactly. But you didn't. So yeah, huge kudos for those.
Yeah, and see the lesson. So the question that's frequently asked in connection with the Holocaust is, well, the two questions. One is, how could the most educated and classically trained country in the world commit such atrocities? And then the corollary question is, can it happen here? Well, my answer is, it's happening here. It has been happening here for a long time. And then I examine the process, and how is it that perfectly ordinary, upstanding, respected members of the community are able to either directly commit or at least subsidize and enable unspeakable atrocities. And that's basically what happened in Germany, and that's what's happening here. The only difference is the victims. And the other important thing about the victims, it's not only as I said earlier, that it's just easier to confirm moral value to all sentient beings rather than draw the distinctions between dogs and pigs, but also the way that the Holocaust happened, the way that the Burundi massacre happened, was precisely because of our attitude towards animals. Both the Nazis had to reduce our status to that of animals, and that's what the Tutsis did to the Hutus did to the Tutsis in Rwanda. They basically created this myth that the victims are just animals, that they're vermin, so that they're not really humans. They look humans, but they're not really humans.
Yeah. So how would you say we should fight this? In which way should we actually approach people who are not yet vegan, who are thinking about these are just animals, I don't care, or I do care, but I don't want to know. What is the most effective way to go against this mainstream idea of using animals for food, entertainment, and other things?
Sure. So it's a little helpful if you have the time to go into the history of our attitude towards animals and the whole history of how the concept of kindness developed, since your film is about kindness. So most people don't think about it, but the concept of kindness to animals is fairly recent in terms of human history. Our original relationship with the animals was developed roughly in the 4th century before the Common Era by a Greek philosopher named Aristotle, who basically claimed that the animals were put on earth to serve humans. And that's it. It was that simple. Christ did not speak too much about animals, but of course, all of his teachings did not come from Christ. They came from Paul the Apostle about, some years after Christ died. And Paul the Apostle totally endorsed the Aristotelian view that the animals are here just to serve humans. And that view persisted for thousands of years, and it was reaffirmed in the 13th century by Thomas Aquinas, famous Catholic theologian. So throughout all these years, throughout all of the history of Christianity and before, 300 years before Christianity, animals were not really viewed as not only sentient but having any feelings. And so there was no concept of kindness, because you can't be kind to somebody who has no feelings by definition. So it was only towards the end of the 17th century that a gentleman named Jeremy Bentham, a British social reformer, came up with the idea, with an essay which famously stated, the question is not can they reason or can they talk, but can they suffer?
Can they suffer? Yeah.
Yeah.
And can they suffer? Can they suffer?
Can they suffer? And that rang a bell, because most people who worked with animals could recognize animal suffering, just by visual cues. So this was and Jeremy Bentham was widely respected as a social reformer. So at least in England and the Western world, I don't know about the rest of the world, but at least in the Western world, that rang a powerful bell, and it led to the formation of the RSPCA, the Royal Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, in Britain, and the concept of that was basically when the concept of kindness to animals was born with Jeremy Bentham. Of course, eventually the concept of suffering was no longer sufficient, and 100 years later, another British social reformer named Henry Salt came up with the concept of animal rights, pretty much patterned on human rights, which went beyond just preventing suffering to actually recognize that animals have certain rights. So anyway, that's kind of a long answer to a short question.
But it's a valuable one. And now we just need to know what to do. What can we do as animal rights activists, or what can we do as a kind of people to change this?
Sure. So this is basically my point, is the whole concept of kindness developed through our relationship with animals. And it must continue through our relationship with animals. You know, you're not really proving a point by being kind to your spouse or to your child or to your parents. The trick is to be kind to people who are not close to you and other sentient beings. So that's really the whole key to kindness, is who you're kind to.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's so important that we extend our kindness to not just our neighbor, but to everyone. And you already touched it a little bit, but so humans are committing many atrocities to the animals. They kill them in masses, like millions every day. But do you still believe that humans are kind? And can you explain your answer?
Sure. Well, I can try. So I would say kindness gets a little complicated. So we understand the concept of not kicking a puppy, right? That's, everybody understands that part. But how about if we pay somebody else to kick a puppy? Or how about if we pay somebody else to kill a puppy? Now, that's still unkind, isn't it? But yet, that's exactly what we're doing every time we go into a grocery store and buy a steak or a hamburger patty. Is we're paying other people to abuse and kill, not puppies necessarily, but baby pigs, baby cows, and baby chickens, and so forth. So kindness really has a lot to do with our food choices. And that's why it's really so important to have your movie that points this out, that kindness is a little more complicated than just not kicking a puppy.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And also, like I said before, I think it's very crucial that you're not just kind to the people that you love or you know, but also to strangers or to people you don't like or to animals, because to your animals are usually kind. And we are saying this many times, for example, that, people, if you ask them on the street, are you against animal torturing? They say yes. Are you against the slaughtering of animals or making violence against animals? They say yes, I'm against this. But they're eating animals every day. So there's like a huge cognitive dissonance. And to shift this, what needs to happen? What do you think?
So I've become a little pessimistic about appealing to people on philosophical grounds, which is what we're doing here. We're basically talking philosophy. So my hope right now lies mainly with the new plant-based meat and dairy products that are being developed that will basically replace the products of torture and slaughter. And so in the past, when we would talk to people about animal rights, people have a natural affinity towards animals. The very first toys they handled in their cribs were animal toys. The very first stories that they heard were stories about animal lives. The first movies they saw were movies about animals. Their family dog was their best friend. And then about the age of 4, they were basically told that, look, there's something you should know. that the dog on your couch is to be loved and cared for, but the pig on your plate is to be abused and dismembered and consumed as food. And which is not only the first lesson in animal abuse, but it's the first lesson that society has this enormous arbitrary power of discrimination, of deciding that one sentient being gets to live and another sentient being that basically looks alike must die.
Yeah.
So this is it's not only a problem for animals raised for food, but it's the very concept that you can discriminate between two beings that are very alike. It's the first permission to discriminate. So basically, yeah. So people are very open to the idea of kindness to animals.
Yeah.
But then, so they say, "Oh, animal rights. Yeah, I'm all in favor." And then when we explain to them that they have to change their lifestyle 3 times a day, they're not ready for that. So I think once the basic American diet is based on plants or meat and dairy product based on plants, I think it'll be a lot easier to convey the philosophy of animal rights.
Yeah, totally. You, Alex, you will also be part of the film Humankindness, the Animal Dilemma, as we said at the beginning, as one of our very valuable interviewees. Why did you decide in the end to become part of this film and share your story there?
Oh, that's pretty obvious. I think my experience and my conclusions come across to some people who may have a similar background or not. So it's really more a question of who brings the message to the people. And I can't think of anyone who is more suited to that than the two of you, because you have such charm and enthusiasm that really gets across to people in a way that I and other students of animal history do not. So I'm very hopeful for what your film can accomplish in terms of changing people's minds.
First of all, we're a bit speechless, honestly, because we really have, you're such a hero for us, you did so many things, and you're a pioneer leader in animal rights movement, and to say this, very thankful. But on the other hand, we somehow also believe that we can, through our journey, show to people, that if we care so much and if we can live beautiful lives, happy lives and so on not using animals for any purposes, I think this is actually the way to go. And for sure, we believe in this as well. And we couldn't be more thankful and grateful that we have you on board, and can't wait to really do something together that's going to impact the people the most.
And for me also, especially, it means so much because Matei and me were not yet a couple in 2019, but we were both on Vegan Camp Out when you spoke there on the stage, not knowing about each other, but enjoying your speech. And I remember I had huge tears in the eyes when I listened to your story. And so it's, first of all, a huge honor to talk with you now, huge honor to have you in the film, and very touching what you said about us. So yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Programit, on this interview. This was amazing. We can't wait to collaborate with you even more for the film. But for now, to our viewers, thank you for supporting our film as well, because we need to somehow unite, stand together, and make this movement as big as possible. If we don't stand up together, if we don't unite, then we fight our own battles. So let's help each other. Let's make this movement as big as possible, because when we have the numbers, when we have people on board for long term, when we have actually someone who is dedicated like we are, like Alex is, like you are, who is actually supporting this film, then we can do a big difference. And this is what we're aiming for. And if we wouldn't believe this can happen, that we wouldn't do these countings. We can do this. We are on the urge of changing the world, because a lot of people care about the animals. Like Dr. Alex said, a lot of people care about the animals, care about kindness, care about not being violent towards others, but they don't know yet how to change this, and we're going to show them together. Thank you so much, Dr. Alex Hershaft, for this beautiful interview. Thank you so much for your trust, and we can't wait to actually collaborate with you for this film.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Not yet. So how amazing was this interview? I mean, people, let us know. I know you were watching until now, but what did you think about this interview? Did it make you think? This is a pioneer in animal rights movement, and he for sure has something to say. His words has more value than some other people's words, just because, you know, he went through so much. He saw people in pieces. He saw animal in pieces. He said, oh my God, this is the same. And he changed his life dramatically. And since then, helping the animals however he can.
Yes, and for me it's so inspirational that he started like early with the animal rights movement in the US, and he's still there showing up. And Dr. Alex Hershaft, he's such a humble person for everything like he did, and he's just such an inspiration. So if you don't follow him yet, and we're proud to have him in our film as one of our interviewees.
So thank you for staying up with us. Anja?
Yeah, no, I just want to say, by the way, we got some donations.
Yeah, let's make some shout outs now to people. Thank you so much for everyone who is donating. By the way, this live is dedicated to all of you to give us the power to make action, and secondly, to support the film, to still be able to come on board with this film crew. Who was?
So we got quite some donations. We got Jasna, who is the one of the first to own the film. Sabrina, she got a signed vegan art from Chantal Kaufmann. Thank you so much. We will send this to your home. Then we have Leah, who is the one who pre-ordered the film with a special action of only €10. And Marco, he also pre-ordered the film. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
And as you see, like every donation counts. You can, from €10 on, own the film as one of the first. No one else will see it in the cinemas yet, but you can have it for only €10 on the link that we show here constantly. You will make a difference. Today is the last day that you can help us make this happen. Woohoo!
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We got this, and we are actually closer and closer every hour, because we started this journey, I think, with 51,000 and something. Now we are on 53.5. We're getting closer, so let's close this deal today. We only ask you to get to 55,000 today, and when we reach this, of course, we're gonna have all the possibility to make this movie as good as possible. So thank you already now for your support. One thing, Jessica, if you hear us, your connection is not okay. Maybe just go out, come back again, because we cannot show you yet. But we want to ask Darren about what he thought about this interview, because he saw it for the first time. Darren.
Hello, welcome back.
Welcome back.
What an interview, what an inspiring man. What a life.
Yes. Oh,
we
how humble. You know, I'm just grateful to life and the higher power that he's still with us, what he's experienced. I mean, the wisdom, you can see it, you can hear it in his voice, you can hear it in his words. And for me, there were just some real strong story points about what he was talking that we're going to take from what he said to put into the film. But two of the things that I wanted to pick up on that he said the most was that lovely analogy about the first films we see are animals, that the first toys we have are animals, that the dog. And my first movie that I saw in the cinema was Bambi. Disney's Bambi. And I was in Plymouth. I'd gone on holiday with my parents. It was in this very old-fashioned cinema with this winding staircase. One of my cousins, Auntie Pat, she managed that cinema. So you can imagine I must have been 4 or 5 going up this gold staircase into this auditorium. The curtains opened, and Walt Disney plays Bambi. And I was traumatized by that film. I mean, you can imagine that story of, again, it was echoed in so many Disney films where they have an animal or a sibling that loses a member of its family. It's a very, very strong story, narrative arc. And I remember that clearly the death of Bambi's mother. Sorry for spoiling it for those of you who haven't seen it. But also Thumper, this talking rabbit who kept thumping its foot on all of these animated animals. And to this day, look, I ended up working for Disney on all of these films. I became a filmmaker. I'm a vegan and I love animals. And so it's these impressions that we have from something like a movie. Watership Down was another film. The very first single that I ever bought, the record that I ever bought, was Off Garfunkel's Bright Eyes. This little single with my pocket money, 55 pence. I went to the corner shop. It didn't even have a cover. I'd seen the movie and I placed that on, and I played that song over and over and over again with tears in my eyes. And I was probably 8 years of age when I've still got that single. Mm-hmm. And it's things like that he talked about. And then the analogy between the dog that we take care of and the pig that we eat for our breakfast, and how we basically choose between who's going to live and who's going to die. And that clearly is a huge reflection of what happened in the Holocaust. And, you know, the main thing also for me, when my mother was very, very passionate person about the Holocaust. I mean, she would sit us down as children and make us watch. There was a very long TV series called Holocaust, if any of you remember it. That TV, she would wake us watch series like Roots. Schindler's List was her favorite film. So my mother was very, very passionate about drilling stories into us as children.
And values.
We shouldn't go down this route of basically creating disconnection in life, but looking at others as having less value. And it's this collective consciousness that we have, that's what happened in Nazi Germany, that, you know, Hitler and the Reich, they were so good at marketing their message that they got people to believe in that message, and it disconnected them from connecting to people. And so all of those actions that they did, for them, it was just the thing that they were believing in. It was such a powerful vision. And so what you can do with that, we've got our opportunity now to use film, to use this story to create a different vision in the world. And everybody right now wants hope. They want inspiring stories. We don't want to live in a fractured world, in a disconnected world. And so Alex is someone that has that message, and God bless him for being part of the film, and it's very, very inspiring.
Yeah, thank you so much, Darren. And by the way, thank you also to all 22 people who are following this stream. It's 4-hour long stream, and 22 people are here staying with us since the beginning. It's amazing. It's remarkable. Thank you so much. But also, we want to ask another executive producer who is still with us. What did you think, Patricia, about this interview with Alex?
Oh, I missed a part of the interview. I was impressed. The things I heard I was impressed by he said we should not look what is different, so we should look what is common. So we talk different, we don't talk, the animals, but we all suffer. So that's the common thing he told in the beginning. And yes, it's that we should look at. It's just true.
Another person.
Sorry, I didn't see everything.
The whole thing. You can watch it later on, no problem. But it was truly, truly remarkable, because Alex is fighting for animal rights for so long, and of course, he connected this. That animals and human, we are the same when we are cutted, but when we are not cutted, we are just different, and we think it's like we can be superior to them. We can just do with them whatever we want, which is of course not the case. Michael said that he's a great believer in compassion or kindness. Needs wisdom to be effective. Alex certainly shows both. For sure, Alex, yes. Yeah.
Actually, we would have planned something else now in between, but somehow we see that something doesn't work with the connection of one person who tuned in. So we will do something else in between.
Yeah.
Maybe the people will show up. Otherwise, we have enough content to talk to you for 10 hours if you want. But we won't do this to you. So now we want to show you another thing that is very, very special to our heart, which we didn't even know when we started the campaign that it will happen. One guy from Germany, Stefan, he approached us and he said, people, I love what you're doing. Your wife is following you for a while. I'm a shoe designer and I would love to make some vegan sneakers for you that are out of grape leather and you can sell them in your crowdfunding campaign. They are ethically made. Let's do this together.
So
what did we do?
If you want to see what we prepared, follow my mouse. So we actually, on the campaign, if you go on Indiegogo and if you write down Humankindness, you're going to get to this page where you can see that we already surpassed our goal. Our initial first goal was 15,000 euros, and now we are on 53,541. But don't be misled, because we for sure need more money to get these things on board, because everything costs, and the higher we can go today, the higher, the best, the bigger, I don't know, the
production.
Actually, the most people we can reach, and this is our aim. So when you get to the campaign of Indiegogo, you can go down, and now we're going to show you a secret perk that actually not everyone can see. And for now, we are sorry, not everyone could actually even buy this perk. But when you go a little bit more down, you can see here that we have something special created with our business partner, who's going to be also featured in the film. So this is the shoe. This is the vegan shoe that we created together, and we created only 25 of them specifically for this event. This is Humankindness shoe with your name on it, and yeah.
So they don't get all the shoe with Anja Glivar on it?
Some people ask me, like, oh, I want the shoe, but you know what, Anja Glivar, I'm not Anja. Does this have to be there or no? Is this Anja's shoe? It is, because she bought one, I bought one, but of course also you can bought one with your name on it. And if you want to see more about the shoe, if you want to buy the shoe, just click on the shoe here or here, and you can go to the page where you can be explained what this shoe means. And of course, this shoe is 100% vegan, which is a crucial thing, because if you go today, in the store, and if you don't buy leather, you still buy some shoes with some glue or some stitches or whatever. Many things are not yet vegan in this world. And of course, when you buy vegan shoe, this is what you get. We partnered with Quinta Dimensione. This is company from Germany who has the production line in Italy, and this production line, this company actually does for many high-end brands, and we partner with them for only 25 shoes. This is very special edition. After this 25, no one else can buy these shoes, only us, we plus 23 people, because of course other people can buy this as well, can have the shoes. And of course these shoes are personalized, which means that it's going to be with your name on it. This shoe is representing our Humankindness, is representing people who want to support us, first of all, for this film, and secondly, who want to show Humankindness to all of them, promote the film, and be the ambassadors of this film. This shoe is made from what, Anja? You can explain.
Yes, maybe before I go to that, just very quickly, how many do we have left?
I think it's 9 more left. Let's go there, but it's not more, it's not much. So if you're interested, listen to this, go to the page Humankindness on Indiegogo, click on the pair, click on this pink thing, and you're going to get to the page where you can buy them. But if you're still interested what we have to offer, and if you can risk, that you cannot, that someone is not going to buy them right now, then listen, Anja.
Yes. So for me also, this is a product that's very, very much at my heart. Of course, it is vegan, but today we live in a world where fast fashion rules it all. Shein, Fashion Nova, you can get things so cheap, and of course it looks like very enticing, because you can buy as much as you want and for almost no price. But of course there is a price. It is bad for the environment, it is bad for the workers, and it honestly tears my heart up that people don't care about these things too. So here we have a shoe that is made from grape leather, which is from the recycled waste of the wine industry. So it's amazing. You're reducing waste with this shoe. It is eco and fair trade. As Matei said, the manufacturing is in Italy. It is quite small, and the people are paid fairly for what they are doing. And of course, this is unique. As Matei said, only 25 shoes will be produced. And I will say this now, a huge, if I say huge, she's not huge, but she's very well known in the US, very big personality, bought these sneakers and will wear them.
We shouldn't talk about this yet, but it's...
Doesn't matter. I don't say anything. But a famous star will wear these shoes.
Yes, and she's part of the film already. But yeah, we should not say... Did I say this out loud?
did it. That's
Oh,
good.
sure.
Anyway, but you can have them too. Wear them with pride and show your own human kindness with this fashion statement.
These shoes actually represents human kindness because everything about these shoes is humankind. Of course, they're not like affordable to everyone. Of course, we cannot all have them immediately because we still live in this non-vegan world, and of course, most things are still not vegan. But this is the representative of this human kindness challenge as well, human kindness idea. And of course, if you want to owe them, this is the time for you.
Yes, and also very quickly, Matei said not everyone can afford this, and of course we're well aware of that.
Yeah.
It's 415 euro the pair of shoes, of course.
With the package.
With the package
sending, yeah,
and everything.
Postage.
But I just still want to put you close to the heart. If you like the shoe and you can afford it in some way, I think it's great to buy a piece of clothing that we love to wear for a long time. I originally also bought very cheap things, but now for me, buying one piece that I love, and maybe it is 400 euros, but I really wear it with a lot of passion, and I know it was done in a great way. This gives me way more than buying 10 things, and they are worn out way faster, and I don't have a clear consciousness. So if you love them, if there is any way, why not get this unisex designer vegan sneakers now and help the film to become very inspiring?
And if you are not convinced yet, let me show you who is the designer. The designer of this thing is Stefan Schwarz. He's an amazing guy. I must say, I met him 1 month ago. He contacted you, we started talking and so on. He said, I have an amazing idea. Let's do something together. We were like, oh yes, but we're already in the campaign. I don't know. Let's see, let's talk. And of course, first of all, he was part of, he immediately bought a business perk, which means that he's going to be also represented in the film. And secondly, when we start talking, we said, you know what, let's go for it. We love the idea. He prepared the shoes for us. And now, of course, they are the reality. I believe we're going to check right now that 16 are already sold, which means only 9 are available. So if you haven't yet, just go really quickly to this page, buy them now, so now someone else is not going to take them away from you. But Stefan Schwarz is a designer who had the past, like we all did, not vegan past, and he designed shoes for hugest stars in Hollywood from who was it, Anja?
Lady Gaga and Britney Spears.
Yeah, that's huge names. Of course, we're not going to show you the shoes and so on because they were not vegan. Also, Stefan was not vegan before, and even the business was not yet vegan. But now with his wife, who is also like huge animal rights activist, they're doing ethical business, eco, green, vegan, and for sure we want to partner and show them that this is the right way to go. And of course, support these kind of businesses because we all can change, we all can shift, we all can go to something better. You can read more things about the shoes here. Of course, Peter also talks about how many animals are dying because of the leather. Specifically, this is not just the side product, what kind of animals are dying and so on. And of course, here you can see like 100% cruelty-free, reducing waste from the wine industry, eco-conscious, slow fashion, workers are paid fairly, positive impact on people's mindset, positive impact of the environment. Great leather is smooth, durable, water-resistant, and feels like traditional leather, of course, without violence. Comfort guaranteed, modern classic style design, unique sneaker and limited edition only. So if you haven't yet, go there. That's a special price. Of course, not 11 more, but now 9 more. And the price is $395. But with this, first of all, you support the film. Secondly, you get this shoe cheaper than in the regular prices, but you get also with this like 2 VIP premiere tickets and of course the pre-download of the film when it's going to be finished. So Quinta Dimensione and us, we created something special together. When you click on this link, you get to the same page like we see before, but with a small difference, which is here you can see the secret perk that's now available to all of you. So we have still, exactly, see 16 sold, 9 remaining. So you can go now, buy them. And if you are lucky, you're going to wear them, present them, and be very proud owner because, of course, this is representative of human kindness, representative of being a part of the human kindness team. And yes, we are very proud to have them, to own them, and to very soon wear them around.
And I'm making my quick dance because Tomasz, he bought something. Woohoo! So if you want to see me dance again,
Tomasz,
go to the Indigo crowdfunding campaign and help us smash the 55,000 today.
Amazing. Thank you, Tomasz. That's amazing. And by the way, the first person who are going to buy these shoes are going to get some special gift from us.
Yes. So hurry up. It will be amazing.
Just for the first person who buy the shoes, going to get very special. And believe me, it's going to be worth it. Okay, let's go back. Yep, let's go back. here, and we are still here together. So guys, what do you think about the shoes?
Oh my God, Lilian wants to buy a pair of shoes.
Yeah, Lilian, let's do this together.
If you're the first one, we said you will get something special.
Plus, you're gonna have to show us the pictures or maybe even videos because we want to see how it looks on you, and how you can represent them properly. So thank you, Lilian, and hopefully you're gonna be the one to win the prize as well.
Where you're from, Lilian?
Yeah, let us know.
Let us know in the comments. So we see our guests are still not here. Then we can talk a little while more about the crowdfunding campaign.
Exactly, and also maybe about the shoes. Darren, Patricia, what do you think about the shoes?
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot about. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, they're cool. Yeah, they're representative for something special.
Mm-hmm.
Darren,
Yeah,
we
it's
don't hear you, by the way.
special. I can't imagine how to do that with trash from the
I didn't know
wine,
before.
From
yeah.
the grapes. It's incredible what we can do if we want.
Incredible, yeah.
Alabama. Oh, that's great. Lilian, we are waiting for your call. By the way, Darren, we cannot hear you. Just a second.
Am I muted?
Now we can hear you. Yeah, sorry.
Here we go. Yeah, vegan sneakers, they are almost like on the top of the list of what people want to buy. Vegans and non-vegans. It's like also coming up with a very good fried egg substitute. But I've got 2 pairs of vegan shoes that I bought from VegFest, and people whenever I've worn them before, they're a great conversation piece because people always ask, "God, they're really cool shoes," and you say, "Oh, these are vegan, they're not leather," and they go, "Really?" And they look and they touch them and they're checking them out and they're going, "God, they're really cool," and you can see the cogs turning. Again, it's another one of those things that strikes a conversation in people. It's one thing having vegan food, but then people are like, "Oh my God, you can get really cool vegan trainers now and you can get this." And it's like, it's another conversation piece and it almost converts. It's like another one of those things that's helping move that dial of conversion of moving people over. And let's be honest, they look pretty awesome to have the name of the film and your name on the side of them. And, thanks so much to the people that have got them already. I mean, it's a high priced perk, but then again, it's like something that we've done at last minute, and yeah, it's great. Very excited about wearing them.
Exactly. I think that we bought one for you specifically. We told you this because when you saw them, let me just share this story. You immediately said, "You know what? I'm gonna buy them for me. It's great. I want them." And then I had to stop you because we already discussed before. You know what? We have to give this to Darren. No matter what, just as a surprise. And of course, this was not surprising because you wanted them. I'm also thinking about buying them. Jasna, you are more than welcome. We still have them for now, I think so.
And if you're faster than Lilian, you will get the special treat.
Yes, and maybe, just maybe, if you buy them both, we're gonna give you both something. But for sure, the first person is gonna get something very special.
But also, you get the premiere ticket, so wear them at the premiere on the green carpet. I mean, that's going to be a moment.
Yes, and also, as we said before, I mean, it's like we will have a green carpet instead of a red one because that's a color of life, but the press will be there. It will be the first time that the film will be released, and just the VIPs and us will be on this premiere. So it's really a very, very cool opportunity to get these sneakers and be with us on this special event.
And Jasna also asked us the question if we can choose the color. Now, for now, not really, because it's only 25 edition. You, of course, can tell your own shoe size. We're going to talk to you about this. And then you can get them only in this color, only with this Humankindness logo. But you can choose what you can put on the name. So it can be your name, could be your daughter's name, could be your dog's name, could be nothing, but can be also something very creative. So this is for now the only options because we really want to represent just the film specifically and of course our mission, but later in the future maybe we're going to have something in different colors as well.
But I think it's very cool because I'm normally not a person who I thought green doesn't fit, but I'm not wearing a lot of green, but all of a sudden I realized almost like many of my things have green.
Even with this, by the way.
So I think in the end it fits even with more things than you think. Or I just thought, for example, an all black outfit with those shoes can look really stylish and amazing and amazing fashion statement. I love fashion and I think they will be really eye-catching.
And now, since we have a couple more minutes, I would like to ask Patricia, because I don't know the story yet, by the way, but Patricia, how did you become vegan and why? What happened with you? I always ask this question to people because I'm very interested to, what shifted them. What happened with you? Maybe you just share and maybe it can be valuable for someone else as well.
Yeah, how I told, I was vegetarian for a long time, for 35 years. And I realized that I could do more, but I wouldn't believe that it's so awful what happens in the world for the animals. I had VGT, the news from VGT, and still I thought it's an exception what I see here in the news. And it was so funny finally how I went vegan, because I had to rent an apartment. Okay. And someone came, look to the apartment and said, oh, I won't live here, but we are just curious. And I wanted to rent to somebody who is vegetarian at this moment. Yeah. And I just tried the people who came to look to the apartment to tell, you can, it's a steamer, you can make good vegetables. Mm-hmm. And so I heard a little about if the people who looked at the apartment is meat eater or not, how they react to the steamer. Yeah. And finally, this person or these two persons who wanted rent the apartment, was just curious. They were so nice, and I remember the name. She told me, and finally, I went at home. I didn't rent the apartment, but I rent at home, and I thought I must phone to this person. I don't know what to say, but I have to phone. And so it was Saturday, and Monday I phoned. I found the telephone number, and I phoned to her. And I said, I don't know why I have to phone to you, but I phoned just, and probably we can talk a little about. And finally, she told me that she is vegan teacher for nutrition. Oh, I don't know if it's the right name, but so it is Christina Cadola.
Anja just told me, by the way, like 3 seconds ago.
She's our last executive producer.
Yes.
I remember this.
Oh, wow. I said, I don't know why I felt that I have to talk to this person. And then she invited me and her partner, Marcus Stolder, both invited me to the film The Game Changer. And we looked together to this film, and in the recreation, then I told to her, hey, if these sportive people, these Olympic stars and ultra trail runner, if they can do that without milk products, so I can do it also. But because I'm really sportive, and with my reaction I had, I became conscious that I had still a little fear that probably something could fail.
Something would be missing, yeah.
Missing for my body. Yeah. Something my body could missing something if I don't eat milk products. Yeah. And when I saw the stars, these sportive stars, it was so clear. And I went at home, and the first thing I bought was a package of cheese, vegan cheese. And after half a week, I thought to put to spaghetti. So, but after half week, I was so crispy to eat this, to have cheese. And then took this vegan cheese and just eat it with a spoon, not on a meal, just with the spoon. I was greedy, and I put it again in the fridge. And after a while, I was again greedy, and I ate all the package with the spoon like this. And I thought, oh my God. And then it went always good. But after a half week later, the same thing again. And I ate the whole package. And this went on all half week, one package, to 2 months, around 2 months. And then suddenly I remember, oh, the last one. I was so greedy. It's 1 week and a half. And then I had it twice, and then it was finished. I never was greedy about cheese. I didn't know what happens, but I was so convinced that I will not return to eat cheese. So I just observed what will happen. And finally, it was so good. It turned to the good thing. And then I told this story once to another activist, and he said, oh, it's clear. Cheese, it makes there is casein and casamorphine inside. So the morphine, like morphine, makes you
addictive.
And what I had was nothing else that Entzugs.
I don't know this word in English, but yeah, when you don't have the drugs or something, then you have hallucination. And
I was drugged, and I had to go out of the drug of this casamorphine. It was only that, and I'm no more greedy about cheese.
I had the same, exactly the same.
But just to explain very shortly, these casamorphines are actually there because the calf needs to have this need to eat, to drink, to get more milk, to grow. This is how the calf actually is attracted to the mom's boob, let's say. And this is necessary in the nature, but of course not for us.
Yes, and I heard not to get loosed. The cow mother can't catch her calf. It's necessary that the calf is dependent from this milk. So It's made in nature to do that. Mm-hmm. And what we are doing, it's like sugar or something like that. So I'm so happy not to be greedy no more for cheese.
That's really amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing, yes.
For me, it's always very fulfilling to hear the stories. In Slovenia, I did 100 stories, 100 people. I interviewed them just to realize, why they went vegan and how can I make or help more people go vegan. And it's always inspiring to hear how many different stories we have. And also every activism is important because some people need to hear something really, really harsh. And some people just need to get some small things has to happen. And then at the end of the day, they get very much on point and understand that, I don't want to support animal cruelty anymore, animal killing, unnecessary torturing of them and so on. So this is for sure the case. Thank you so much, Patricia. Thank you so much.
I'm grateful for Christine Cadola. Thank you very much.
This was amazing.
She's amazing.
Now we have another guest waiting in the not living room. I meant to say living room, but in our waiting room.
I'm so excited for the next guest because she also had.
No, sorry. I just want to say that Patricia and Darren wait for it, but we're gonna put you now in the backstage for now.
Yes, you can come back later. Yes. So now we would like to announce our wonderful next guest, which we love so much because no one or almost no one has that much energy like this power woman. She supported us also from the very beginning with our idea and gave us so many valuable inputs. Say hi to Jane Velez Mitchell from Unchained TV.
Hello, Jane. Hello, Jane. How is in USA?
USA is hanging in there. Here in Los Angeles, it's been very overcast, which is climate change, which is from animal agriculture. We have a documentary that shows it's arguably, you can make a very good argument, the leading cause of climate change. And the engineer who posits that is willing to debate anybody. So far, nobody has agreed to debate him. So I love what you're doing. I love your film. I love your energy. I want you guys to have a show on Unchained TV, our global streaming network for veganism and animal rights. There it is. You can download it on your phone. You can download it on your TV. And my gosh, I would love to see. I know you want to get on one of the major streamers. God bless you. I hope you do. But you'll always have Unchained TV because we're growing fast and we love what you're doing.
I must say the huge respect for what you're doing, and also know Unchained TV. If you haven't known it yet, go to the Google, put Unchained TV, join in, and of course everything's for free. This is the new Netflix. It's just not there yet, but it's coming soon and strong. And Jane for sure is doing the best she can to make this happen.
Yes, sorry, they have so much content out there for really different things for everyone, and as Matei said, free for everyone to watch. So check Unchained TV; it's really worth it.
Before Jane, we want to introduce you to our producer and to our executive producer, actually, who are in the waiting room right now. But we want to share also the story, how it started with us, how we met, how we started talking about things. And it actually went pretty far in the past when our project was still called Marry for Peace. Now it's, of course, completely different. But you know what? You had some specific idea what we should do with this film. And I want you maybe to explain what was your idea for this film? How should we do it? And what do you think we could do differently?
Okay, so the word wedding. Okay, some of the biggest movies of all time have the word wedding in it. The Wedding Crashers, The Wedding Singer, The Wedding This, The Wedding That. You could Google it, wedding, because everybody's obsessed with weddings. Either they want to get married, or they've been married and they're divorced, or, it can be a straight wedding, a gay wedding, a kooky wedding. There's reality TV shows that center around weddings. So what we posit here at Unchained TV is you got to get them in the tent first. Then you bake in the message. But if you can't get them in the tent, then what we're doing is preaching to the converted. And our movement suffers from a vegan bubble. I mean, I'm constantly going to events where everybody in the room is already vegan. What does that accomplish? We are aiming for non-vegans. Those are the people we have to reach. There's 8 billion people on the planet. And the vast, vast majority of them are non-vegan. So what appeals to them? Okay. Weddings. Honestly, even if I was married once and divorced, I'm happy to say we went to a peaceful mediator, and then we went to the Ivy for lunch and just
great to hear.
yes, have a nice life. So it was peaceful. But the point is that it's a universal appeal. Okay. The concept of weddings, people want to know what kind of wedding. And I think you have the world's wildest wedding ever. I had a pretty crazy wedding. Mine was, I wrote down just off the fly because we were having a wedding at a beach club, dress nautical. And then people started calling me, what do you mean by that? I was like, it's a costume wedding. You have to get a nautical outfit. Crazy wedding. But yours is about 1,000 times crazier than that. And I think that's going to attract people because everybody who's thought of a wedding it's politics. What does my mother-in-law think? My future mother-in-law? What is my mother? What is my sister? So they're always wanting to understand the magic of weddings. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. You took your wedding and brilliantly and strategically turned it into an animal rights extravaganza. But for people who are not interested in animal rights, how do we get them to watch? We get them to watch by making it about the world's wildest wedding. I feel personally very strongly, and I love you guys, that the word wedding needs to be in the title because that's going to get people in the tent. And I would say if it were me, I'd call it world's wildest wedding, world wildest wedding. And, what makes it the world's wildest wedding? BuzzFeed, even though it's going bankrupt or it's got financial problems, whatever, but I read a book that explained that they turned headline writing into an art form by putting out 5 headlines and then seeing which one got the better. Then they'd get rid of the 4 that didn't work, left the one that did work, use that as a template for their next headline. And they came up with, essentially a formula for headlines that are so clickbaity that people click, and I do too. They found that lists work, 5 reasons why, and certain phraseology. You'll never believe how, I never believe, I have to find out. The whole point is to have the viewer have a missing ingredient to an answer that they can only get by clicking. This is a very simple formula, but it is an art form. So the title is super important. And also I feel we suffer from an overabundance of earnestness in our movement. I feel this very strongly. I see the views. I see what's working and what's not working. We did a reality show called Pig Little Lies, and it was our most successful video, aside from the lingerie protest where a bunch of supermodels took their clothes off for animal rights. That was number 1. Okay.
Cool.
Number 2 it's been Pig Little Lies because it's a reality show. I knew we had a hit when my neighbor, who's not a vegan, comes up to me. She goes, "What happened to Beatrice? I want to know." Beatrice is one of the pigs. We did the world's first reality show starring a family of pigs who were pulled out of a shelter, and we followed the drama. But yours is so much more dramatic, and it's really well shot. And you guys are super attractive and super articulate and super charismatic. Like, if you just get super earnest, it's going to be a barrier to people. Let me say that I was in the news business for, I don't even like to say how many years, okay? A lot of really old people come up to me and say, "I watched you when I was a little kid."
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So the sad fact is people always say they want good news. Why don't you ever have any good news? Because the ratings show that people don't want to watch good news. If after a hard day of work, your boss has yelled at you, you've screwed up, your car broke down, you get home, you want to know that somebody had a worse day. Okay, that is the essence of news. They say they want good news, just like you ask people, "What do you watch?" "Oh, I watch PBS." "Oh, I don't." They're lying. They're lying to themselves. People want to be entertained, okay? They want to see something that is going to take them out of their mundane lives, including me. And then they want to see some drama. You have all of that. But if you just overlay it too much with earnestness, let me give you an example. Like, I try to explain this with our streaming network, Unchained TV. Believe it or not, a lot of religious groups started their own streaming networks during the pandemic because they wanted to bring the church into the home since people weren't going into the church. So let's say, just for example, I'm just picking randomly a religion.
Wow.
Oh,
well prepared.
I thought you were playing that to tell me to wrap up.
Yes, I thought this was actually part of the show.
I will shut up in 1 second. But let's say you go to a streaming network and everything is Mormon. Okay, it's a Mormon streaming network. You need to become a Mormon. What would you do? You'd be like, "I'm not a Mormon. Let me get out of here." But if you start it with the Red Rocks of Utah, they're absolutely gorgeous. And who are those people taking care of them and cleaning them up and blah, blah, blah? Oh, you've got to figure out what's going to appeal to the people watching as opposed to what you feel they need to know. Attraction, not promotion. And now I'll be quiet.
Hopefully you're going to still say something afterwards, but in any case, thank you so much for your thoughts. And also, let me tell you that we thought hard and deep what and how to do this movie and in which way to go for it. We had many ideas. We had many different ways. Of course, Darren, just now we can see him in the
smiling.
He's smiling because we were talking about this a lot. We still want to use this drama. We still want to use the wedding and so on. Of course, we have some different ideas how to do this, but in any case, we're going to listen also advices of people who know more than us. We're going to find the ways that we can really push through. And also, you want to say this? Huh?
No, I didn't want to say this yet.
And also, I'm just saying, for example, Michael said, I think kindness appeals to everyone, even more than the word wedding, and can also last longer than marriage. That's actually an interesting thought. But of course, we all have opinions. I just want to say one more thing, because we are also very, very much aware that negative, or let's say shocking titles, or let's say videos produce a lot of results. Anja had one video that we filmed 2 years ago.
1.5 years ago.
Yeah, and it's now for sure one of the best seen video on YouTube, on Facebook for her.
I
It's
mean,
maybe
it is my
quarter of million, even more.
I don't know. It's my most viral video.
And we just did you can tell about it.
Yeah, I mean, we did a protest in a supermarket in Switzerland. We had that chicken that we got from a broiler farm. I mean, broiler chicken that are basically raised, do produce as much as meat as possible. We took that corpse and went to a supermarket in Switzerland, and I was basically holding a speech there to people. There was also an activist with us, Robert. If you're watching, thank you so much for having been there with us.
Cool.
And Matei filming. And the staff, they were quite like aggressive, let's say. And I mean, this video was online for a year. It had quite some discussions, but all of a sudden it went viral. I still don't know why, but I get daily still like hundreds of comments. 1.5 years ago, for sure, like this was quite dramatic. And people are really debating, and it's insane. Yes.
And what I meant to say here is that, of course, we know that this works best, and and it's awesome. Also in Slovenia, I did many actions where I was quite provocative, and I got a lot of views and everything. But we also thought, maybe the views are not everything, because if you just get because in Slovenia, I have to say, I have a lot of haters as well, a lot of people who are against, because farmer community, and people who love to eat meat and the real men and so on, they're really vocal, because on Facebook, Instagram, social media and so on, it's so easy to be vocal, which is of course completely different when you're in person, by the way. I have many stories. But in any case, we also want to think about how to do this in a way that people can actually watch this, for example, as a family film, and still get something out of it, and of course use all this drama and the fashion that you said. I would actually introduce you to Darren Cavanagh. Of course, you know each other already from before, we know that, but maybe just to say hi. And hello, Darren. How are you with listening to our ideas today?
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's great to see you again, Jane. And your energy. I'm so thrilled where Unchained TV is now. And goodness me, the content that you have on there and what you've grown since, I think it was 2 years ago, I was just helping you promote your website, a few channels, and even meeting you at that site. I know I can get a sense of your expertise and your knowledge and your years in media. And to that point, everything that you said is still on the table and is still a consideration. And it's almost like, my experience of film marketing, it goes in stages. And so at this stage, to launch a crowdfunding campaign to reach out to our niche audience and pull them in is one stage of like raising this amount of money. It's called a teaser trailer for very good reason. This is our teaser poster. And, this is the thing that we've already discussed. I mean, I've worked on films like The 40-Year-Old Virgin and The Wedding Planners, as you say, and we're in a weird bubble now in the world where these rom-coms have actually fell out of fashion, and people aren't going to see them. And it's almost like the merging of those two genres is almost like ripe for renewal. That kind of rom-com, that love of these films, combining with something like this can create a different hybrid. And I want to share this with you and the group that we've already said this, like the next poster, I want the poster to be white with Anja and Matei in their wedding gowns, stood next to one another, surrounded by the animals, holding the placard. So the poster itself, even with it still called Humankindness, the Animal Dilemma, the copy line and that image talks about very much what you're saying and promoted to that audience. So we've definitely got that in our sights. And to go down that route of it being earnest, when you look at it now and you see the people that are involved, it's one thing. The marketing campaign and how we put this out there is one story, but then when they go and see the film, thinking, oh my God, Anja and Matei's wedding story, that external extravaganza, we want that to be the heart of the film. This is the thing that I said, guys, this is an amazing story. This is so unique. All the things that you said, but I said, is there a bigger story? Is there a bigger film that we can tell? Because I didn't. And so that's, people go and see that. We go with Anja and Matei on this journey, but also we get all of these other people coming in with their stories, and it takes it to a different level. So on one hand, we're giving, hopefully, the aim is to give audiences both. But yeah.
Well, I just want to tell everybody who's watching, donate to this film. I donated it. I'm pushing it out as much as I can. It's a great idea. It's so compelling. It's so well executed. The video, which is with documentaries, 90%, it's shot. It's amazing in terms of the key elements. And these guys are just fantastic. They're I keep every time I see them, I'm like, they need their own show on Unchained TV. So you have an open invitation to do a
Wow,
talk.
that's amazing.
You have
We will get back to you for sure. Then.
Yeah, look at them. I mean, they're great. And I really, I was just visited by our European contributor here just the day before yesterday. We were talking, and I had a lot of contributors from Europe before the pandemic, and then the pandemic kind of shut it down a little because they were doing a lot of cubes and stuff, and now he's going to reactivate it. But we would love to have Switzerland's one of my favorite places on the planet. I know the famous first vegetarian restaurant, in quotes, obviously that's the Western world, Hittel, that I've been to, and it's very vegan friendly, Zurich, and I just love it. And I would love to see something from Zurich that you guys do. You're very articulate and fun, and so think about it. You could always use that to promote your film. Everybody donate to this film. Let's make it happen. And Unchained TV is here to support you any way we can. And guys, please download our streaming network, because it is the world's only streaming network for animal rights. Just put in Unchained TV in your phone, App Store, boom. And you can also get it on your TV, Amazon Fire Stick, Roku device, or Apple TV device, soon to be on all Samsung TVs.
So much content and completely for free. So yes, go for it.
Yes, thank you so much, Jane. I mean, really, I loved your ideas. I remember when we talked the first time, I was so full of energy. Like Jane, she knows a lot what she's talking about, and she has so many insights. And so I also want to repeat what Darren said. Even though we went down a bit a different road, we still want to keep this like really well for everyone to watch, and not at all like just in the vegan bubble, because we don't want to work like 2 years and then just get some shoulder paddings by vegans. We really want to do this eye-opening. And I also dream about a fantastic poster where you can see the wedding gowns in some way incorporated. So let's see how we can make this happen. But we love your insights, and we're truly grateful for everything you've done for us so far.
Now I'm going to hop off because I have my own live broadcast. I'm interviewing Lady Freethinker fighting the horrific dog meat trade in Sumatra. So we're jumping on that. And I'm about to go live in half an hour. So I'm going to sign off. Darren, great seeing you. Anja and Matei, love you guys. Good luck. Everybody donate.
Thank you so much for joining us, Ben. And yes, Unchained TV application. Go on Google, find it, and download it. Jane, just one more thing. Jane is going to be also part of the end credits, because she bought the pork when she's going to be shown there with her own companion animal, so you can still do this.
Let me get one of my 2 dogs. I have 2 dogs.
Yes. If you still haven't yet, you still have the opportunity to buy the perk where you can actually show yourself. Only 25 people maximum, but we have only a couple left. You can be seen in the end credits with your animal, so go for it. And Jane is going to show us now the dog.
Imagine
the famous dog.
Imagine
one of 2.
One of 2. Wow.
Oh, hi, Memo.
He was dumped at a shelter, and the shelter is so overridden that they said, oh, we can't take her, just leave her on the street. Luckily, an activist heard that story, and she's one of 2. She's Wednesday, and my other dog is Sunday, and then I also have a kitty cat.
How cute.
Wednesday and Sunday.
Thank you so much for rescuing her, and people who are watching. Imagine you being in the cinema. The film is finished. People are inspired. You see the beautiful music, and your clip with your animal, like Jane, is showing up. You can be part of the film for €129. We love you, Jane.
I love it.
Yes.
I love you too. Bye, guys.
Bye. Great to see you. Cheers. Yeah, Darren, Patricia, that was fun, huh? That was fun.
Yes.
We really love Jane a lot. So it was cool.
She's cool, amazing energy, great show. Also, really go on Unchained TV. This is free application for now. You can get everything for free. It's like Netflix, a lot of great content, and for sure, this kind of passion that we saw through her is gonna show. It's shown also there.
Yes, I would suggest now the following, because we are a little bit earlier than we thought, but I would suggest now that we do the other half of the perks that we couldn't show before.
Mm-hmm.
And then we want to show you some 14-minute footage of the film that has not been, from the film scenes that we shot. Maybe not all will be in the film, but it's amazing what we can show you there. And this has never been released before. And then we will slowly end this live stream, let's say around 9, depending. But we're so grateful that so many people are staying with us.
Don't forget.
Can I ask about the sneakers? Because that before I was going to say that famous Novak, you know, one of the top tennis players in the world, says the vegan diet is the secret to great tennis. And those sneakers, they look like tennis sneakers. I think if he was to wear them at Wimbledon, you know, can you imagine?
That could be cool.
That would be cool, yes.
And also to Patricia's story about cheese, that it has that component that you find in heroin. And most people I meet who want to become vegan and can't, they're addicted to cheese and dairy. And I tell them that story and it blows their mind. They're like, what? That's what's in cheese? And then suddenly the cogs turn and I say, just don't eat cheese for a whole month and see what happens just to you physically.
Even earlier,
and the addiction just vanishes. And because it's just, and something the other day, I mean, I don't know about you, I heard that Parmesan cheese comes from the belly of a calf, a baby calf. That's where Parmesan cheese comes from. Did you know?
I feel like I heard that, but I don't know in the detail. Couldn't tell you much more about it.
And suddenly, again, you know, we live in this community, and then you suddenly hear these facts about something, and it just absolutely upset me to the core, because I remembered the days that I used to eat pizzas, and you know, I'd have to have that Parmesan. Where's the Parmesan cheese? You know, I've got to have that. If someone had told me then, you know, this comes from, you know, a baby calf's stomach, I'd be like, what? And it's like, you know, suddenly that knowledge then changes everything. And it was Cowspiracy that turned me vegan. I know you haven't asked me, but I was on the verge when I saw that movie with this, and again, being literally the next day, the cupboard was emptied of everything. And
really,
it was
overnight.
I think that shows how powerful this is. You know, Patricia, it was the game changer. For you, it was Cowspiracy. I know for Lewis Hamilton, it was also Cowspiracy. So it's like really like these films. No, What the Hell? I'm sorry, was What the Hell? So these films, they really change people's perspective when done in the right way. And this is what we want to do with Humankindness, the animal dilemma.
And one more thing, for example, in Slovenia, when I interviewed all these people, you know, why they became vegan, more than 30%, and it was probably around 35% of them, they said they become vegan because Gary Rowski's speech. And also, for example, I became vegan not because some vegan speech, but because of Michael Greger's interview. He's just a scientist. He's not talking about veganism. He's talking about like science and how the most common diseases these days are very connected to what we eat. And of course, he said, you know, the best is to go plant-based. And I started for a couple of days, and then of course I continued and I became vegan, and I started my journey, and I couldn't look back. But my point is, you know, that this kind of media, like we're watching right now, video media, audio media, and so on, this is the most powerful, I believe so, because when you have time at home, when you decide so, when you go to the cinema where you pay for the ticket, when you pay for the film, or when you just like have the time and take your time to watch something, you are not surrounded by anyone, and you can actually think with your head. And this is the most powerful tool, because, you know, people don't get defensive. People just look at something and they get some new ideas, and in this way you can really influence them. And for that reason, I really believe that what Darren is doing for the last 27 years, which is video media, what we're doing for the last 15 months, even before we did a lot with video medias and so on, it can be very powerful. And yes, this is why you can also now support us to make this film even bigger, to be seen by many more people. Here in the bottom, you can see only for $10 you can get film, pre-download of the film. When it's going to be finished, it's going to be sent directly to your house. And of course, you can choose any other perk that we will show right now, right? But
somebody is going to have a prize.
You will see. We'll see, because
it depends, because people didn't buy the shoes yet.
Well, look, somebody did.
What? No, really?
Look, you guys need to catch up. You need to put your sneakers on.
Like 3 minutes ago.
No.
Woohoo! Patricia!
No way! Really?
Patricia!
Are you kidding me? Oh my God!
Thank you.
Oh wow, Patricia! Congratulations! You are the first. Okay, 8 more shoes left, but Patricia, this was a big surprise, and of course we can't see you in the shoes. We'll do some photos, pictures, videos, and so on, because you're going to be proud presenter of the shoes, and of course we're really happy that you're the one.
And you will get a very special prize, but we will tell you a little bit later. Yes. But thank you so much for getting the shoes and being our executive producer.
But in addition to that, I would like to give her something else.
Sorry, I don't know what you have in mind, but...
Because we said before that, you know, the first person who's going to buy this, by the way, still 8 shoes are available to get. If you haven't yet, go to Indigo campaign, Humankindness, find the shoe, click on it, and you're going to find all the information, and you can buy this perk. Only 8 more left, but Patricia, you're going to get also the picture of Chantal. directly to your home. So this is going to be also there. And of course, the signed poster
Thank you very much.
Darren, Anja, and me. Because you deserve something more. And of course, not just outside when you're going to go for a walk, but also inside. People should know that you are part of Humankindness.
And Patricia, do you have, I don't even know, do you have a companion animal?
Excuse me, I didn't understand.
Do you have an animal friend? Can be at home or also at the sanctuary?
Sorry.
Do you have any companion animal or some animal that you have some fun with?
At home.
Or a sanctuary animal that you love a lot. Pig, chicken, cow.
I love all animals.
But do you have a specific one? Like a, individual that you love?
Now I understand. Sorry, my English isn't so
it's great.
Well.
We can talk about this.
I say later. I have to.
No problem. Let's talk about this later. But we want to give you, first of all, Chantal Kaufman picture, which is still available in our campaign. Secondly, the poster of the film, official poster signed by me, Anja, and Darren Cavanagh. And thirdly, of course, you're going to get also the be with your own animal in the film, which means at the end credits, you're going to be in the film as well with the animal presented to everyone who's going to watch the film. So congratulations, Patricia. It's fun and good to play. So if the next person who's going to buy the shoes, he's going to get also something very, very special. But thank you so much, Patricia. That was a great surprise, and we're more than happy to have you on board with this.
And we're also happy that you stay so long with us on the stream.
Oh, yes.
We're very happy to do this together with you because we saw you watching for quite a while.
Yes.
Now we will go through the rest of the perks that we didn't show before, and then show you this 14-minute clip that has been released before about where you can see really quite what we did during our wedding.
Okay, so I'm going to put you in the living room, and we're going to go in the campaign where we will show you more perks. Right, Anja?
But let's Darren also talk.
Of course, sorry.
Darren, sorry.
Darren,
I stood up for you.
Thank you, Anja. Because I didn't this time.
Let's see,
Where did we stop?
With the lunch.
We're less than €1,000 from hitting our target, folks. Oh my God.
How much do you need?
It's like we 950 off, aren't we?
Oh, wait, I will see.
Just a second. This is
oh my God, 4? No, wait.
Wait, Anja. This is the way. Oh wow.
Oh my God, people.
$950. $949 exactly.
We can do it. Come on, we can do it together. That's
Two people wanted to buy the shoes, then we will be almost there. Like people, movie style trailer that Darren Cavanagh is producing you for half his rate. You get it all. Let's get to this 55,000 together now.
Even if you just buy $10 for being the credit off or the pre-download of the film, whatever, every euro counts, because now, of course, this is again, it's exciting. We're gonna get there, but yes, every euro counts, every dollar counts. So please help us on the way we have today. This is the day, and yes, Anja, what is about the next perks that we still did not reveal?
I have a little adrenaline rush, but yes.
Go for it.
This is a very interesting one because for €480 you can get on a lunch with us. Sounds like an expensive lunch, but we will make it really worth. So you will get a thank you film credit. You can download the film and you will have the time to talk with us about the film, about many interesting things, even give your inputs, and of course enjoy amazing, delicious food. This can be in Europe, in Switzerland. We are traveling a lot on to get our interviewees done. So if you want to have a lunch with us and chat about the film and bring in your inputs, we can find us somewhere on the way and make this happen. So next one, movie style trailer. We talked about it, but then you can go quickly again and explain what this is.
Yeah, this is a big deal. I know if you are a vegan business or you are somebody now who's thinking of using video in your business, €1,500 sounds like potentially a lot to invest, but in terms of what you're going to get back from that, some of you that have been watching long, or some of you that might watch this replay to hear what Susan said about the benefits that she's going to get. But look, you're going to have something that's going to really represent what you stand for, and it's going to be at that high level. I'm going to work on an amazing script with you, use great music, and just produce a really powerful piece of video content. So there it is, folks. It's half of what I would normally charge, and there are still 8 of them available. And if someone's thinking about getting that right now and you did, you would take us over our 55, which would be phenomenal. And for me personally, I just really, really enjoy doing this work with people that have a vision, are doing great good in the world. And it's something that I've done for 28 years now. Serious. And as I've said, I've worked on so many movies. And the great thing now is that I'm doing it for vegan businesses, eco businesses, people that have got a vision. And so if this is something that you're seriously considering about, then just message us now in Facebook or DM me. Just get in touch with us now, and we can talk about the details of how we would do that later. But that trailer that I did for Susan, I literally produced that in like less than a fortnight. We turned that around very quickly. So very excited on this one.
Yeah, and also let's just repeat, Susan said it at the beginning, we showed her trailer. Before, she had something that was done by someone else, and she felt like no one wants to hear her story. Maybe this is not appealing to people. And when Darren did this movie-style video trailer for her, for this €1,500, she said she gets 20 emails at least every day from film festivals who want to feature her film. So it went really like from zero to hero, if you want. So just with this trailer, which is, of course, the business card that you offer to people. So if you have anything you want to represent, be it business, your activism, whatsoever, I really strongly believe that this is a very fair rate, and you're helping the film and our producer, Darren, with it.
Also, you are getting 2 tickets to the premiere, and you're getting a download of the film as well. So there's a lot in there.
Absolutely. Then we have the associate producer IMDb credit. This is amazing because you can become part of the film for €1,750 of our closer team, because you will be one of our producers and you will get an IMDb credit, which is the official film platform that is worldwide known. Darren, you want to say something more about it?
Yeah, again, we've got an official IMDb page, which for anyone who doesn't know stands for it's the International Movie Database. It's the biggest movie database in the world. If any of you have Amazon or Disney Plus, any movie that you see has an IMDb rating, and that is it's basically the official movie database for any film. And so you have to be an official film with directors, producers, with a production company to actually be featured on there. And so as soon as you become an associate producer, you will get that credit put on our page. It takes about a day to put up there. And so you will have that can be added to your CV, whether you're a film producer already, or you want to be a film producer, or you just want to add that more to you'll get that credit straight away. And then you will support our film with your connections, your advice. There's no expectation that you have to do work if you're an associate producer. Just the fact that you're backing us is amazing. You will get a more prominent credit in the end credits of the film. As you see, when a movie ends, it usually has producer, the directors, the executive producers, and then it goes down throughout whoever's in the film. That's how it's normally put together. But also, you're going to get the film on the Animal USB. You get 2 sets, 4 tickets for the VIP premiere, and also with the IMDb credits. So all the executive producer credits have gone. I think they've gone. We might have one of those left. I think we're coming to that actually. But we have only got 3 of those associate producers left. So this one's a big one, folks. If you're really if you've been enjoying what you've been hearing and you want to be part of the film, then this is the one to get.
Yes, and you would absolutely bring us higher than the 55,000 mark, which was our final stretch goal. So it would mean really a lot to us if you would come on board as an associate producer. But of course, every amount counts. As we said before, if you get for €10 the download of the film, this is also great. Really, every donation, small or big, helps us to create this vision of a combined human kindness for all living beings. Then we have the executive producer. How is this different from associate producer, Darren?
Well, all films have a hierarchy of who's working on them. So the directors are usually the people with the story and the vision. That's Anja and Matei on this. The producer, my role is the person that basically mostly reaches out to people and raises an awful lot of the funds, has connections, gets more funding, has connections within the film industry, but also is the person that talks about the budgets, the overall, how are the pieces going to come together. So it's almost like, the director has the vision, they're at the top of the ship. The producer almost keeps everyone else away from the directors. This is normally the picture. If you were to visualize it, the directors there at the front, having the vision, keeping things, and then the producers behind them, like all these other people that want to speak to the directors, the producers stopping them and saying, wait a minute, folks, speak to me. Can it be something that I can handle? Can I do this? Can I do that? And so it's a big role per se, but then executive producer is behind that producer. The producer needs other people behind. So the executive producer is below producer. So it's still a very big credit. And as I've said before, if you go to other documentaries that have been on Indiegogo, like What the Health, Cowspiracy, even Slay, executive producer as an IMDb credit, if you were to purchase that, they go in the excess of 20 to 25,000 euros. So we didn't want to be greedy. We don't want to be asking for that amount at this stage. We feel that this is a very competitive rate, and we also want as many of you to be involved in the film without it breaking the bank. So we've got quite a number of you. 5 of these have gone already. There are a few other executive producers that we gave to people because they've already supported the film. But because one person, I think something shifted in terms of we've suddenly had one left, or we've had one executive producer open up as of today. So that they were gone yesterday, but this has opened up now. So there's only one of those left. So if you really want that credit and to come on board, then please get that one now. That would take us well over 55 and be absolutely amazing.
Yes, thank you so much, Dan, for the explanation. Actually, yeah, there was some challenge in the money transfer of how to say this, Indiegogo. The money still went through, but the perk stayed open. Maybe it was fate, and maybe you can get this last spot as an executive producer on IMDb. We would love to have you on board on this film team. And now, people, wherever you live on the world, this is for you if you want to enjoy a one-of-a-kindness holiday. This is a very, very unique experience, and this is for the people who can and want to support us with a very, very extra generous donation or contribution. For 7,000 euro, you can enjoy a one-of-a-kindness holiday. What does that mean? You can come with another person, with your partner, with your friend, your mom, to Switzerland, wherever you are in the world, and you will get 1,000 euro towards your flight. I hear the microphone having some challenges.
Maybe Darren just put it off for now.
Yes, I hear the echo. So you can come with whoever you want to Switzerland. We give you 1,000 euro towards your flight and organize 4 epic nights in a beautiful bed and breakfast here in Switzerland. And you can hang out with us. We will take you to an exclusive shoot of the film.
One thing that we didn't talk about yet, and also I just mentioned it because we were talking about this yesterday, how could we not include this already in before? But this 7,000 euros now, of course, even though it's not said this here now, also include executive producer perk, which means when you buy the 7,000 euro perk, which is a huge contribution for us and huge dedication from your side, this of course means, of course, that you're gonna get another. How to call this?
Executive producer
perk. But this is what is this? When you get like executive producer
credit.
Credit, exactly. You get this credit as well, even though if it's not really here. So yeah, go for it. We're here for you waiting, and we're gonna do our best to make your holidays the best holidays ever.
People say we're quite fun to be around, so be sure to laugh a lot. We'll also have 2 VIP premiere tickets, official signed film poster, and the digital download of the film on the USB stick. We're well aware that this is quite a lot of money, but we would make it unforgettable for you, and it would help us a lot to bring this film on another level.
Quite some people, by the way, this is the last thing we're going to talk about perks, I think so, but quite some people have some challenges with payment and so on. If you're one of those people that you cannot go through, the perk is not bought even though you thought it is and so on, just go to our page, humankindnessfilm.com, and you can find on the bottom of our page, yeah, you can put it here, so for Humankindness Film, exactly. On the bottom of this page, you can find PayPal option or bank transfer option, which means that you can also, of course, directly send us the money. We're going to, of course, later on agree on what this means for you and how can we make this work for all of us. So welcome back, Darren.
Hello. I did want to ask, what are we at now? Are you going to go for another half an hour or 20 minutes?
We have to make this happen.
I mean, yes, we want to show now a 14 minute video clip there, and also we're talking about where we show more scenes of the film, where we will talk you through, and then we will end this slowly. And
I wanted to say, because of the people that are watching, does anyone have any questions? We've given them a lot of information.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Just to take a breath and to pause and to see, to get feedback from people and see if they've got any questions. And again, remember everybody, this is the last day called Action, and you've been watching Action in action from us, from everybody that we've been speaking to. And the fact that you're still here and you're still listening, that's inaction is still an action, but the fact that you're here means so much to us. But I'd love to see if anyone had any questions about the perks. Is someone on the fence about something? Because, you know, for us to do this live and to go over that would be absolutely amazing. But also, Anja and Matt, I don't know if anyone's given a private donation that we don't know about, if that was to be put in. Again, that's something I was going to ask you earlier. I didn't want to, I'd rather have done that here in the live. But so, yeah, has anyone got any questions?
Yeah, if there are any questions, maybe let us know. You're going to for sure reply. I'm going to in between search for this video, like Anja said, not 40, but 14 minutes. And these 40 minutes, let me just say, that are incredible because this is edited by me. And also, this is done in a way, you know, to get on board people who know more about movies. Because we started from zero, we started from scratch. We didn't know how to approach this area, and we just want to make something that actually features all of the things that we did in our film, and to get interest of some producer, Darren Cavanagh, for example, to get on the call with us, and of course to talk how we can do this better. But now, yeah, maybe if there's some question, we can for sure answer. If anyone has some story, by the way, one more thing I can actually do for you guys. If anyone from the viewers right now want to come here and be live with us with a camera or just with audio, now I just put out the StreamYard link, which means that you can click on this, you can come inside, you're going to be in the backstage. And when we decide we can put you here, you can say something, you can ask us something, you can also share something that you want. So in any case, we have now here a couple of these stream links outside on YouTube and 2 on Facebook, because we are streaming on different platforms. Right now, we still like 17 people. And if you're one of those people who want to ask something or maybe say something, would be happy. And this would be the time to do it.
Awesome. It'd be great to hear from anybody. Really would.
Someone. That would be very fun.
Maybe we can just continue and I'm going to just go here. Yeah.
Don't be shy. Come and join us.
Yeah, we would love to see some of your faces here. So, I don't see the comments anymore. Darren, is anyone here or is everyone shy?
What? You asking me? Whoever I can see. Well, on Facebook or YouTube?
Doesn't matter, but we will quickly see. No one's tuning in so far. Then we will actually show now this 14 minutes. But people, when this is finished and you changed your mind, the links are still here. You can still go in, write your questions. We will check it after having seen this 14 minutes together and answer them right away.
I'm just gonna say this for the viewers. You know, I don't think we can show here actually audio because it's not for free use, and this is now commercial as well because people are seeing this. We can do this without audio, but we can also comment, and maybe Darren, you can do this as well. I'm not 100% sure, but 95% sure, and it's better not to do it because otherwise. In any case, Darren, Patricia, because you're still here, you know what? We can all stop at some point, comment, say our things, because Patricia, you are also part of these actions. You're going to see this footage for the first time ever because it was not yet released to the public. And of course, all of you who are watching this, you know, first of all, yes, it's the last day. You can still contribute. You can go to the page. We only need like 900 euros more, which is amazing based on the fact that we're almost on 55,000. So help us on this way. Contribute to the film, be part of it, and of course, let's make this happen together. Now, let's see this film and let's make some comments. And of course, also you can make some comments from the comfort of your own home. Let's do this.
I think we can put the sound here.
Yeah, I think we should. It's music that we should not. So here's, of course, great music behind that we cannot share right now.
Yeah, we just really don't want this video to be blocked. And when we made this video, we didn't bother if it's copyright free or not. That's why now we will just do it without the sound.
It's going to be blocked for sure, if you go for it. I can tell you, because this music is not approved. But so unfortunately, we can show you just like this. Yeah. And it's not optimal.
Guy, just talk us through it. I mean, yeah, you can't play the song, but that's great.
So I believe that this first part will be really much enjoyable for our previous guest.
Yes, for Jane.
Because this is all about the wedding. This is all about this fairy tale wedding, where Anja can talk about it more, because for sure this was something really, really special for us.
Yes. So this was like 2 weeks after all the actions that we did, that you also see in the trailer. And this is where actually we celebrated with our friends and our family. This is my father, my sister, my cousin, who is like my sister. So really our closest people being here and doing this together with us.
And of course, look how beautiful Anja was. Oh my God.
Your father looks like Harrison Ford.
And I told him that he looks like James Bond. So I don't know. There's something
like Indiana Jones.
But people say that he looks like the King Charles. So there's many people on different ways.
So he was at the beach. It was windy.
Yeah.
But it was truly beautiful with like our closest friends.
Don't do it. Don't chuck her in the sea.
Yeah. By the way, here I carried Anja, and later on, I don't think we showed this here, but Anja carried me around like this as well,
But Matei wanted to throw me in the sea, but he didn't do it because of the mics.
Yes.
God bless the mics.
Oh, this was a beautiful wedding with a lot of people that we love, family, friends in Slovenia. And now we're going already to this second part, which has actually happened 2 weeks beforehand.
Yes.
You can lead us through.
Yeah, so this was basically what you see snippets in the trailer, where 2 weeks earlier, where we actually got officially married. This was 3 a.m. before we went to the registry office, where we drove to the farm to rescue 12 chicken from being slaughtered. All the other individuals that you see here, they are already dead. We had the privilege to take 12 animals out, and they are living now in a safe place, and they are being loved.
So nice.
I mean, just imagine how beautiful this is. Some people call this stealing. Some people call this crime. But this being, by the way, in this house, how many animals were there, Anja?
I think they have like 7,000 chicken. Or
7,000 chicken who are already dead, by the way, and also used every day for eggs and, of course, for meat. They don't have anyone who fights for them. And, of course, this is the only way that they can get out of this circle. And, of course, we could only save 12, but they are now safe. They're in heaven, we call this place, because no one will harm them until the rest of their lives. This was organized completely, and of course we know that this is not an action that everyone should do or could do, because it's not sustainable. You cannot really, if you can, of course, do it, but this is more to really show to people how important it is that they see the victims who are right now suffering and dying in big quantities just because we have these habits.
And what is the life expectancy of a chicken, a healthy chicken?
10 years, huh?
I know 7, 8, maybe even 10. Yes,
I heard 10.
I think it's around that, isn't it? So just imagine that, even some cats or dogs that you have live that, and all of those years that you spend with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And these animals are living usually, I know, if they're just for meat, of course, they live 45 days at most.
Even less, 30 days. Bio is like 50. But of course, like.
But
they're 18 months normally, but it's still like 7 years before they would die normally. So
they're kids, no matter what. Oh yes, here we say this.
You tell.
Yeah.
You told stealing, yes, but the people who eat milk products or just animal products, they are stealing each day lives from the beings. They are stealing their life. It's much more awful than what you did. You rescued animals, but all they eat, they are stealing the life from an animal.
Who don't want to die?
Correct.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, at 11:30 there was our official wedding in the registry office. So what you saw at the beginning was 2 weeks later, but here this was really like right on the same day that we rescued those chicken. We went to the registry office in Solothurn and got married.
So here we slept maybe 2-3 hours at most, then prepared everything. It
And
was a
quite-
very cold day.
Yeah, and quite some people sleeping on the mattress in our living room. It was for sure not very relaxing pre-wedding night.
But of course, at 11:30, we were already in the registry office with a couple of friends. Oh, but now... yeah, with the music, it's a little bit different and of course cooler, but...
My brother, my beautiful brother who went vegan a little bit later.
some friends, yeah.
Wow.
Mrs. Glivar.
For the first time,
Woohoo!
officially, yeah.
Have you not seen any of this footage, Patricia, yet?
Excuse me?
Have you
That
not?
is- no,
have
no,
you
no,
not-
no.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, that was a beautiful.
It was beautiful.
wedding.
But yeah, really just like a few people and mostly the activists who came with us to save the 4 lives that we will see now. No times to invite friends or other friends and family
Or
members.
family,
Even some people of my family were very offended that we did not invite them, but we just did not have time. We knew we have like this 15 minutes in the registry office and then we have to drive to save the 4 lambs. Sorry, yeah, but anyway, you saw it in the trailer, the 4 lambs from the slaughterhouse. So it was very full packed, not much romance, but still, I remember when Matei gave this wedding speech to me, that was very beautiful.
So this is how it happened, and this was quite challenging thing. It was organized pretty well, I would say so, but we had 2 options. One option would be that this would be kind of a boring action where we would save 4 lives, and the other option would be like this would not be so easy action, and it's going to be quite challenging, and this is actually what happened. Yeah, here we had to run, and just when we came here, we got 4 lives out of the shed where all these sheep already are dead because of Easter and other days when people consume animals. And just after we packed them in, something happened and someone came. And you cannot see it so well here, and of course we don't show everything yet, but here was of course the farmer, his workers, they came, they were not too happy to see this, and we had really huge luck and of course huge dedication to get out to save these lives and of course to be all of us safe. So I would just like to say on this spot, thank you so much for everyone who was part of this action. This was not an easy action, but for sure was something that applies to all of us, that when you see someone in need, when you see someone who is tortured or don't have any rights, any ways to change his things because he's oppressed, you have to do something, and we did exactly that.
Yeah, I remember I was so emotional because it was so heavy action and to really be in the car and I remember oh my God, this shot maybe not, but the road was blocked. It was a one-way street, and in order to get out, I told the driver just drive backwards over the field, and she did it, and then there was just fence all around, and then I told to the 2 people next to me, jump out, rip the fence out over the field, and everyone just executed. It was so amazing, and then just being on the street, I remember it was just such an adrenaline rush and emotional moment.
There's more stories about this, but let's keep this for next time. But yeah, anyway, really some memorable day, and luckily with a very happy ending. Yeah, at the end we had to, of course, collect all the people to not forget anyone, and of course just go forward to the next action a couple of hours later in cold and rain. Oh my God.
It was 1 degree, and a few days before it was very warm, and here it was 1 degree. But I'm still so impressed. There were 40 activists with us, and even though not many people were watching on the street because it was so cold, the bystanders, they just went on. Everyone, all the 40 people showed up. They were standing strong until the last minute of the Cube of Truth.
Huge respect.
Thank you so much. And I'm just so touched by everyone who just did it with us for the animals and for this documentary project that was really in the baby shoes.
And just for the people who are maybe watching and don't know, this is the Cube of Truth. This is an action that people do every week all over the world. A lot of these kind of groups are formed where they show footage of the slaughterhouse, of the farming industry and so on in the country specifically or in general, and talk to people who stop by and who just like are surprised, because people don't know sometimes what's happening to the animals, and people are surprised even today that cows don't just produce milk, for example. Cow needs to be impregnated or let's say raped. There's many things people don't know. And here in this group, a couple of people are standing here with footage, and a couple of people are actually just talking to the people who walk by, and of course explain to them what's happening with the purpose of making some change.
Oh.
That was cool, but so cold.
Still our wedding day. I was cold. I looked like, I was wet.
Oh, Sanctuary Day. Go for it.
It was also a very, very cold day, to be honest, but beautiful. We went on a very beautiful sanctuary to spend the day with the animals. Also, I think we're 30 people helping out. Helping to give these animals a home. And it was truly beautiful day to be with those rescued souls and spend the time with them. But again, very, very cold, but truly grateful. Doesn't look as cold as it was.
Oh my God, I couldn't speak at the end of the day. I remember I wanted to say something and I was just like shaking so much. I couldn't put two words out, and I was so angry because I was like, I cannot speak. But in any case, this is heaven for animals. This is a sanctuary where, of course, these animals are not harmed. By no means. They are taken care of as good as possible. And we couldn't be happier to see that these kind of things exist.
Peter, he's cool. He gave a talk on that day on veganism and animal rights activism. He's an ex-butcher who is also one of our associate producers.
Exactly.
They supported us with a very generous donation, and we're glad to have them on board. And you will see him also in action on the next day.
Yeah. It's just so
interesting.
interesting.
It was a very, very fine day. All these people working together on this nice sanctuary, really. And the potluck we had.
Oh, yes.
There are so great Erinnerungen.
Memories.
Memories, really.
Yeah. It was amazing. And we still have quite some footage of that. And yes, here we helped to the sanctuary, all of the participants for the animals. And of course, at the end, we did what we usually do, which is a potluck. Everyone brings something great, and then we just sit, eat, enjoy, and until we're finished.
That's amazing.
Yeah, maintain. And now, the next day, it was a bit of a special.
Because the other ones were very normal, right?
A bit of a special from what we saw from now.
Yes,
it's a bit different, let's say.
We did something that I think hasn't been done, at least worldwide. I didn't see an action like that. We thought where to protest before Easter, what is the best fitting, and we came up with going to a Catholic church. But we didn't go alone. We had many amazing, brave activists with us to go there, and also the bodies of Cutting and Hope, the two animals that you saw on the art before that we showed, and also that you can, by the way, own by going to our crowdfunding campaign. We have a poster of them. This is Hope. Yeah.
These are the animals that we showed you before, and you can still buy this picture from Chantal Kaufmann, 75 euros you can own, and this is huge part of the film, and you're seeing just now the action.
So we're quite a big group of people doing this together with us. This was the Sunday after we got really married, because we wanted to open up debate if it isn't hypocritical to preach love and peace while actually committing huge violence towards the most vulnerable ones in our society.
And we did this in the most peaceful way possible. We even said, with a big placard, we have 4 minutes. We're gonna leave after 4 minutes, couple of messages. We said a couple of things, but of course we were not able to continue because people did not like what we were saying, or they didn't like the approach, of course. But we have to understand that whenever we are fighting for something new, for justice, every time we look in the history, we see that you have to go through some shitstorm, or let's say through some
resistance.
And it's exactly what we experienced here. But also we got quite a lot of support. Anja, what happened with the support?
I mean, there were people walking by and giving us a thumbs up, which was for sure beautiful to see. But even I think the people who were angry, I think that, later on they were thinking about the topic. And so this was very, very important to shake something in their head. Like Gandhi says, in a gentle way, we will shake the world, which is also seen in our teaser trailer. And we think we did exactly that. So many people were upset, but also we really believe that they got into thinking. And yeah, this is your guy.
Yeah, that's a funny story, by the way. This guy just came to me and said, you know what, I'm a veterinarian, and I'm veterinarian for 30 years, and I saved so many animals. How many animals did you save? And I just replied, we saved 16 animals in the last 24 hours. And he just said, like, okay, have a great day.
No, he said congratulations.
Congratulations. Yes, he didn't have to say much more. So yes, for sure it was a very special action, because we for sure are not against any religion. We just want to point out, because first of all, I'm still Christian, even though I'm not practicing anything, but we want to show that, yes, we are doing something wrong if we're talking about like being pure, being kind, and we kill animals for special holidays. So we just want to put out the mirror to the people, and yeah, exactly what happened.
So yeah, this was after the church action. Actually, Matei got arrested, right? So
in the church, yes, after the church action. Yeah.
And we even actually plan to, after what we're doing now, to go directly to a vegan fair, but everything took way longer, and the activists, they decided to still be with us, which we for sure hugely appreciate. Yeah. There was a lot of police in front of the church. Maybe we can just watch this in silence and just let the picture speak, because yeah.
Yeah, you get the picture what Anja and the other activists did here. So this was briefly, shortly, the story of Katinka and Hope. The picture that you can still own from Chantal Kaufman. You can buy this as a perk in our crowdfunding campaign and support the film.
And yeah, just what I want to say before we continue, this last shot of the scene means a lot to us, because you can see here a cherry blossom, which we actually put on their grave, and cherry blossom stands for new beginning. And that's actually what we wish to do with this film, a new beginning, that people, they understand why peace and kindness is so important. And we need this in the world. We need more kindness towards everyone, and we can only do this by beginning anew with the people. And thus also this cherry blossom for Katinka and Hope, symbolically for all animals who suffer in this world, and even our planet, who is being destroyed every single day by what we're doing, and also for the humanity who needs definitely more kindness among themselves.
But not kindness just with words, but kindness with actions. And today's challenge is about actions. And if you haven't yet, if you're not vegan yet, of course, the challenge is to go vegan and to change the actions, because, being kind to animals does not mean if you like to pet them when you see them, when they're happy to see you, when you have a cat or a dog, but it's kind, when you don't pay to someone else to make really huge injustices to them. So to not end in this really sad tone, we also wanted to show to the directors who want to be part of the film, the last part, which is our the producers. I'm sorry. Something more about our dreamy wedding. And here we're talking about our food, our wedding, which was completely vegan. Everything was vegan, and we were really proud of that. And if people can do vegan wedding and be completely vegan on such a holiday, such a big personal holiday like wedding is, then you can be vegan every day. And if you could choose and find the food for everyone, then you can also find the food for yourself.
And Jane, if you're watching a replay, this is now really for you, this next 3 minutes. Oh, my beautiful cousin, she's like my sister. And on that day, she said to all of us that she decided to go vegan which was like the most beautiful wedding gift that I could ever get. That's one of the persons who is the most close to my heart, goes vegan for the animals. She hasn't looked back since then.
She's still vegan, so this was not just for the day. Or
yes, and actually just to do this very, very shortly, she went plant-based for the health. Yeah, she has had some disease and she went plant-based. Sometimes she ate a little bit of salmon and this and that. But then she told us that really seeing our commitment, seeing our actions, she really thought this through and she wants to do this really for the animals, which meant the most to us.
And here in the background, you can see our original title, Mary for Peace. And yeah, that's how it was meant to be at the beginning.
Aww.
That's exactly the same moment, you know, when Anja find out about her sister getting.
I'm proud of her.
And of course, the beautiful party, Slovenian traditional party, Serbian traditional party.
Multicultural. Our cake!
Oh my God, this cake was amazing. Roman, who did this cake from Slovenia, we still need to somehow thank him for this because we thought it's going to be way sooner out. We can promote him and say something about him. But Roman, who did this cake, he's an amazing guy. This cake was so good that we were so mad that we didn't took more of this cake to our honeymoon. Was the best part of the day. I mean, when we started.
It was so good.
Yeah, after sleeping and resting and so on, it was really, really wow.
Roman, your cake.
Yeah, vegan cakes are just
of course
touching, aren't they?
Everything without violence. That's so good. You don't have to like miss out on anything when you're vegan.
And for sure, also these cookies, for example, were specifically done for our occasion. For sure, completely vegan. And macaroni
in our colors, purple and yellow.
Yes, and we're gonna for sure thank to these people in the future even more and promote them and help them to get more reach as well, so everyone can join this kind of movement. And of course, my parents here just dancing.
These are my parents-in-law. I love them so much.
The DJ who was also vegan, by the way.
They were all vegan.
Yeah.
Like the whole.
A lot of friends, vegan, not vegan.
These two friends were all just like people, no matter who, but the people we paid, we wanted them to be vegan, so we support ethical businesses. Mm-hmm. This was very, very important for us on our whole wedding. The food was amazing.
And more dancing, of course, because on the wedding like this, you have to dance.
So it's not all just like sad. Of course, it's a very sad topic that we're addressing, but we for sure have also quite some moments of joy because kindness is sharing joy with others.
And no matter what, we have to understand that we should, let's say this later, but yeah, this one was something special. And now, of course, people all over the world can have this opportunity to get this steak, but this was at the beginning of the development. And we got juicy marbles, one of the first weddings they got into, and they very much helped us with this. They gave us actually for free these steaks, as even though they were very expensive at the beginning. But Tilen, yes, the owner of the company and who raised the funds, who made this happen, that now they are seen all over the world. Even in Switzerland, you have them, in USA and all over the Europe and so on. Everywhere you can get these steaks, and they are very much like the real meat, which means that they have the same taste, structure, shape, form. You can also use a lot of spices, which makes it, I mean, you cannot recognize that this is not the real meat. And why this is important? Because even people who are vegan, we like to have these great tastes, but of course not for the price of someone has to die for it or someone has to be tortured for it. So if you can have this kind of taste, on vegan diet, why wouldn't you?
But I also want to say a lot of vegans who don't like the food that emulates meat, you need to keep in mind that you're at an event. Here's a wedding event that so many people aren't vegan, and introducing something like this for them to taste, it's such a great idea. Again, it changes that mindset about what is possible and what isn't.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And also, this was, by the way, just a surprise for them because we wanted to give them something that they would think like, oh my God, they have everything vegan, but this cannot be vegan. And this actually happened.
Yeah, I mean, many people said it was the best food they ever had at the wedding, even the non-vegans, the people who are still eating animals, they really loved it. We had also a shrimp cocktail. I think you can see it later, of course, without any violence towards any being, because also the animals of the sea, they want to live in freedom in the water. Here you go.
And this is the shrimp cocktail, which is the same logic behind. shrimp cocktail, which is usually not vegan. This is completely vegan, amazing taste. Also, these shrimps were actually provided from a company named Slovakia in Slovenia for free. So thank you so much, guys. And yes, they were also a big surprise for people because they could not understand how you can eat this kind of food on vegan diet.
So after this campaign, and you're a Matei, you probably want to do lots of dancing, but want to eat properly again. So it's like you're so exhausted after this crowdfunding campaign. You need this. I hope this inspires you that tomorrow you need to dance and you need to eat some good food, please.
First, we're gonna sleep, but for sure.
But we have one of those juicy marbles in the freezer. We wanted to eat it in the middle of the crowdfunding campaign. We said we'll have a beautiful day.
Yes,
we
yes.
never did it.
We didn't have the time yet.
But we will do this weekend. We will eat a juicy marble steak.
And this is the moment when Anja figured out, that her sister went vegan, and no one could believe it. But yes, this is actually the moment that we finished this video with.
Yeah, I was crying because it means really so much to me that the person so close to my heart understood my message or our message that we want to bring to the world. And that was this 13-minute featured footage that was not shown to the world yet.
Oh yeah, Patricia, you were part of this.
Yeah, it was so nice, your sister. I met her the first time at home by you, I think. And she wasn't already vegan.
No, she was not.
She was not. Huh? It was so nice, really nice.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's really great to see people who actually change their mind and find a way, how to live vegan, and also to understand that it's actually, first of all, better for their health, for the environment, and of course, why would you support animal torturing, suffering, and killing if you don't need to? And it's so simple that it's actually almost too simple. Where are we, Anja?
I don't know. Let's see if there's something new. You can keep talking. I will look. I don't think so. It looks.
I think we have another one new.
Yeah,
one new perk.
Very close to 300 backers, by the way.
But we're very, very close to 55,000. We are gonna actually go offline because we want to also reach maybe other people that actually send us some messages. Thank you, everyone who is actually supporting us behind the scenes, sending us messages, making this thing happen. And of course, we promise we're gonna do our best to make this movie in a way that you're gonna be proud of, that you're going to be happy that you were part of, and that it's going to influence, hopefully, a lot of people.
Yes, and also I will end it after. I know Darren wants to say something. I will say this, then Darren and Pat, you can end it in the way you see fit. But we said at the beginning we'll have some challenge for you because today it's all about taking action. And during 4 hours, we showed you how we took actions in the last 15 months. We have 2 things for you to do. If you haven't contributed yet, it would be great that you take actions towards someone else's project and help us to get to this 50,000 euro. Only 10 euro of a donation to pre-order the film will make a huge difference that we get to this 55,000 people. Help us to get to this milestone. That's the first thing. You want to say something before? No. And the second thing is people. If I don't know where you live, if you can today, otherwise tomorrow, but not after tomorrow, not in a week. Take one action that brings you closer to a project that means the world to you. For us, it was to hire the film crew, even though we never did a film before. We knew how to pull off actions, but never making a documentary. Signing the contract with those 2 guys, getting the first scene rolled. This was our action. Please do. Yeah.
Because we want to actually follow what you're doing, and everyone who's going to do something in this direction, who's going to start the project today, who's going to start with the action today, we are here willing to help you. If you want, we can support you with promotion. We can support you with some ideas. Get back to us. Let's do something together. We will connect you to some people if you know them, if you can, and so on. We want to help you as well because it's all about sharing. It's all about uniting. It's all about helping each other. Today, we need the help. Today, we need to get to 55,000 to finish this campaign in style. And of course, to have the proper funds to finish this film. And secondly, everyone who is listening now, if you have the project, start now. Already in the first 24 hours, Bill Gates said to me many times, doesn't matter what you think about him, in the first 24 hours, when you get the idea, you have to do something. You have to do first step, if not 5 steps. So do it now, do it today, make a plan, execute, and let us know because we're gonna help you in this way.
And now my very, very last words for today. Thank you so much from my heart, everyone who helped us, like this almost 300 backers that you paid to the crowdfunding campaign. that you supported us during the campaign
Oh, wow.
emotionally, that you wrote us beautiful messages, that you shared along. Michael, you're like a sharing machine. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia, for being so generous. We are overwhelmed. Thank you for providing contacts. Thanks to one person, we reached a world-famous star who will be in our film. We are overwhelmed, and I couldn't be more grateful. Finally, thank you, Matei, love of my life, to do this with me.
You're welcome.
This means so, so much to me. And thank you, Darren, for being our amazing producer who makes Humankindness a reality and helps us to reach the masses with this film.
I would just join Anja's wishes because I really, really respect everyone who is helping us and also who is in the same way doing his or her best to change this world to the better place. And I'm going to say as well, Anja, it's a huge privilege to work with you. We have challenges. Let me tell you that, especially when you're tired, when you want to do your thing. And of course, we both want to lead in some ways. And of course, it's challenging, but we also are such an amazing team. We pull this thing together with Darren, of course, with all the other people here. And I couldn't be more proud on us, on you. You're such an amazing person. I couldn't be happier to meet you because you gave me so much purpose and we could do these things together before. I had ideas, you had ideas, but now we joined together for something special. Now we have responsibility. We have a lot of people who trust us and of course, a lot of animals who count on us. So thank you so much for everyone who can support us still with this film, who is supporting us until now, who will support us in the future. We still need a lot to make it happen because we did not finish the film yet. But thank you so much, Anja, for being next to me. It's an amazing journey because she's the love of my life, and that we can do something like this together. It's a dream. It's a dream come true. Thank you so much. But also Darren, because I'm going to thank you more later. But Darren, because you're still here, thank you so much. Without you, with your patience. Let me say this again, without your patience, because we're not easy people to be around sometimes. And of course, dedication and of course, experiences, knowledge, this would not be possible. We're not there yet, but I just want to say, until this stage, we make it as great as we could even think of. We couldn't believe that we can get to 55,000 the first day. But we got it. We got there. We have still quite some news that we didn't share with anyone yet because we cannot. And it's actually very important not to yet. But we have a lot of surprises. You're going to be happy to hear them later on. And thank you everyone for this help, support, and contribution.
No, your mic.
I'm going to do it. Darren, go for it.
So doing something like this, all of us together, being in a community, when it's completed, the film, when it's showing, when it's out in the world, when it's affecting people, when it's inspiring people, and you look at that project and you say, wow, I'm a part of that. I backed that film 6 months ago. I gave something to that film 12 months ago. It's that in of itself is something that will affect you. It'll affect the people around you. And it's one, this is the thing with every movement is created by a community of people that share a similar vision. And we all have our own little impact on that vision. But when that thing is completed and it's there, and then we put that out into the world, there's no better feeling to know that you've been a part of that. And I just want to say that to everybody that's contributed, that's what you're a part of now. Mm-hmm. You know, we want to thank you. That's what we're going to create. And so this is just at this stage. And, you know, we're 5 people off 300 backers at this stage. May seem like small numbers, but look what only almost 300 of people have done, have raised almost 55,000 euros that can contribute to taking this film forward and creating that vision that I've just talked about. It's like standing in front of a great piece of art or a great building that's taken many hours of work. It has to always start with one brick, one brush stroke. But when it's all finished and people admire it for years to come, you can turn to that person next to you and say, I was there right at the beginning of that. And they go, wow, really? And that's something special.
Thank you, Darren.
Yeah, and with a little money piece you give here, you can contribute to this film, and the effect is probably much more than standing 2 or 3 hours in a cube is grateful and take these speeches. But with something here, you can contribute to something much bigger, who can reach millions of people, and that's we have to do it. Why we have to do it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much that you have this courage to do this beautiful and really heavy, I think, heavy work you do, but you do it so grateful, and I'm so proud to know you. It's just great. We have to be a part of this. All activists we knew they should be like a big community to be part of this film.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This means a lot, and for sure we are so grateful and happy to have you on board, because also when you do the things that you want, which is this film for the animals, you meet this kind of people, and it's an amazing connection that you can get because we of course are on the same page and we have the same values, and couldn't be better feeling when you have this kind of people on board and they can do something together.
Before I click on the end broadcast button, again, big thank you. And Patricia, I want you to say the last words of today for our live, and then we will end this together.
Just before Patricia goes, now we're going to end this live. You can still go to the crowdfunding campaign. I think it's until 10 in the morning tomorrow. So you can still contribute now. Go for it. Let us know if you have some challenges. Go to our humankindnessfilm.com page. You can also pay with PayPal or some other account. It's not that we're begging for money because we have the money, but we actually need to use every opportunity we have to raise the funds, because we have only one shot and this is our baby. It sounds funny, but this is actually our big shot to help a lot of animals, and with your help we can do this even bigger.
Patricia?
Sorry. Yes, just be a part. I can repeat, just be a part of this grateful thing you do, and for the animals, just for the animals, do it now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and a beautiful evening to Switzerland and England, and of course all over the world.